Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a...
Good morning, people. Welcome in. I was on mute, otherwise y'all would have heard me getting down to my song. Good morning, Butterfly. Welcome in. Oh no, are you having a bad morning, hun? We cannot have that. We just declared Butterfly Day. Fuck that. We're done. It's Butterfly Day. I hope your day gets better. My morning's not been bad, so I can't complain. Oh, she's salty this morning. I love a salty butterfly. It's rare. We got some catching up to do, girl. It looks like so I haven't finished watching what I sent you a few minutes ago, literally. But it appears that Stefan Stearns might have gotten a little trouble and lost some jailhouse privileges. We'll maybe at lunch we can go over that. We have a couple of things to look at lunch today. I know. You know what? Work stuff, girl. I'll be glad when all that's over for you. Maybe you can. I know work sucks. You know what I mean? It's like I tell my kids when they were younger, even with my 18-year-old now, no matter where you go, baby, you're going to have some element of your job that sucks. Some are way worse than others, right? Did you hear it, Butterfly? Because I haven't had a chance to even really dig into it at all. I had her playing in the background during my intro, but I was like, I can't do both. My ears can't compute. So did he lose privileges for phone calls and shit? Okay, that's cool, Firefly. Appreciate you. So let me pull up the court feed stream just so we don't get behind, just in case they actually start on time this morning. Should be starting up at 8 a.m. And we do have some lunchtime stuff lined up to review. You don't never know how long her damn sidebars are going to take. I'm learning this lady, though. Oh my gosh. I'm not liking what I see. I've seen worse. I can't go too hard at her. Not yet. But I will if I see a need. Oh no, Ashley, don't start there. So we're going to wait and see you at lunch. Okay. For whatever reason, I don't have the law and crime feed ready for us, but I do got Court TV and what is it? NBC 10 Boston. Have you guys been watching their series Canton Confidential? They've been doing it for quite a while. I didn't start watching any of their stuff until probably right before trial started, and I watched a couple of things, but I didn't want to get too far into it because I just didn't want to know a ton. But I've watched them occasionally, and they had a pretty good one drop last night. We're going to review. I accidentally, I turned on my notifications for YouTube on the PC, and now I'm just like, they're just popping up. I'm like, no, I got to turn that off. It was a disciplinary hearing. So he actually had a disciplinary hearing? Holy shit. We got to dig into that for sure. I know Grizzly didn't care for the him eating the microphone in the courtroom feed either. None of us did. I'm like, dude, back up. Back the fuck up, robot man. Good morning, Carrie. Welcome in. Good to see you. Let me go find our law and crime link that we normally view on, because I have faith in that Channel 10 NBC out of Boston. Court TV, not so much. Here we go. There's our normal link. Now we're cooking with Crisco, as they say. Let me save it. And they are not doing anything yet, so we're good. Let me turn that on. Okay, now we have our normal link saved. Okay, so Butterfly, he had an April 3rd. So we're talking about Stephon Stearns, guys. Butterfly and I have deep dove this guy. We went through all the documents that have been out there, all tons and tons and tons of damn documents. I got some, she got some, we collaborated. And we were, every time I knew something would drop, we would send it to one another and review it. So we've done some shows back when I first started the channel. We've done some stuff there, so you can go back and take a look. But so apparently Stephon Stearns got a little trouble at jail. I don't know what he did, but he had a disciplinary hearing on the 3rd of April. It appears he's lost some phone privileges, so he can't call mommy and daddy and complain about his damn root beer candy. Fuck yeah. I just thought about that, Butterfly. If he lost phone privileges, he can't call mommy and let her know how bad his days are going, without that damn candy and coffee. Candy and coffee. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'll have to look. Let me check the docket and see if there was anything. That's weird because I've been checking his docket on and off, and I never saw anything about that. But I don't know that it would show up on the actual dockets he has right now for the current charges. It would be a whole separate incident. So let me go be nosy. Let's go be nosy. No. See, they only have 2 open cases. One's the murder and the CSAM charges. Poor baby Huey. Whatever. I know, Carrie, right? What should we do? Should we all get in the car and run down to Orlando and take this man some damn candy? Hell no, we ain't gonna do that, are we? We're gonna stand outside the jailhouse with big old signs and say we protest. He don't get no candy. And I think that Grizzly True Crime guys, I think she may have her hands on some of those documents. We'll see. Now they did do on the 23rd in Stephon's case, they did a receipt for the release of some evidence. I just realized I got a text message on my phone. Who's texting me? Oh, Joe. I don't know what's going on. Okay. We'd already looked at this. This was the CD interview from the Osceola County with Detective Hunt, the CD interview with Stephon ×2, and the affidavit for the search warrant. See, that's when they were trying to figure out if he was illegally searched and seizured. Hell nah, Carrie says. Don't you mess with Carrie, dude. She'll come find you. We got faith in Carrie. It's like you messed with the baby. They gave him some X-Lax for that shit he's full of. Butterfly. At first I thought you were serious about something. I'm like, why they give him that? His candy and coffee caused the issue. Good. Stuff him up. My God. Could you imagine giving a prisoner something like that? Ugh. It's disgusting. I hope that Stephon enjoys, and I've never said that about too many defendants in Florida because I don't think about it beyond that, but I hope he enjoys his stay in the Florida State Penitentiary. And I hope they send your ass down here to Northwest Florida, boy, in the Pines. Get you out of down there in Orlando. Get you out the city, boy. Bring you on down here to Northwest Florida. That's what we're going to do with you, Stephon. Ask around. We got some pretty good prisons down here. Pretty well-known prisons. Stephon Stearns. Good morning, Joe Schmo. I sent you a document this morning. Did you see it? DMs on the Discord. I almost said to Twitter. That's not how we communicate. That was the last movement, Joe, I sent you this morning of what I saw in Valo's appellate case in Idaho, which apparently is not going to go anywhere. She's got until May, guys, to get her appellate shit together in Idaho, and it's her 6th extension to do so. So I don't think Lori's got a good shot in an appeal. Butterfly. He got more gators down there in Orlando. He just didn't realize it. He thought he was going to where the gators were. His ass would have got scared the second he stepped out of the car and got near the water. Jen wasn't there to protect him. Shit. Jen's like, I'll fight them gators. Y'all ever seen dudes fight gators? It is insane. Unfortunately, I've seen it. It's called gator wrestling. I wouldn't do it. Would you? Joe, would you gator wrestle? You're a dude. Tell us. Jump on their backs and hog tie 'em and stuff. Morning, Firefly. Are you back here with me? Oh, there you are. Joe, you know where the link's at if you want to grab it if you feel talkative this morning. How are you this morning, Firefly? Welcome in.
I'm good. Thank you for being patient. I had to get my coffee. I'm ready for Jennifer McCabe. I don't know if she's going to start off, but
Oh, God. She's like, I'm getting ready for McCabe already.
it's going to be exciting, I think.
It kind of will be, I think it's going to be, like, this is where the popcorn comes in, right?
I mean, every day has been good so far, I think.
Yeah, there's been some good testimony, and that Dr. Wolf held his own with the prosecutor. That was great. Some people have made some pretty good shorts about that. Now, Miss Shorty, you guys know she lives in the future, and she predicts that Judge will allow the ARCA expert in.
You think?
And I was like, yeah, that's what she thinks. She dropped a video, a little short about it. She was still at work. And so I commented. I was like, I was wondering what your thought was on that. She's like, after what?
Yeah.
Something was said to that second witness toward the end.
Oh, really? It gave it away? I didn't notice, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't either. So I don't know the case like
that. But I was watching another lawyer go over it last night, and he thinks she's going to let it in too. So I don't know. Whatever.
Right. Because I
don't know.
Well, if you listened to the timeline of events, right, it sounded a tad bit shady, but it wasn't. That was my gathering outside looking in, who could barely get an answer on where these guys came from to start with, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I finally figured it all out. I've got it all figured out now. My brain can't function with the I don't knows.
At first, when you look at it, it looks maybe shady, but when they explain what happened, it's like it's nothing.
Yeah, well, it's obvious what happened. They worked for the feds. So anything he did for the work for the feds cannot be transferred to this defense attorney. So when all that was done and over, the defense is like, well, hey, let's talk. So they began to talk. That's all it was. And I don't think it doesn't take a lot to figure that out. And so I'm like, why are y'all even spending all this time? And this dude is all aggressive all of a sudden, reminding me of the Holman technique over there in the courtroom. I was like, damn, what we about to see here? This attorney just went hard for this handsome young expert.
He's like, oh my God, you deleted your messages from
I know, right?
defense attorney? It's like, well, the case is over.
And you know what that means, though? That was a private exchange thread about scheduling and logistics, whatever, because any actual work product he could not delete. Right. Don't let that guy fool you. Come on, we're not. You cannot delete your work product. But he can't turn all that work over to the defense when it was done for the feds. That's why he's redoing his work, recreating whatever, and they're not done yet. Because I was like, wait a minute, why are they not done yet? These guys have had this thing in their laps for a long time. What are we doing here? Now it makes sense. Now that I went and made it make sense. Because I can't with the I don't knows. That's when I'll drop a case in a heartbeat, walk away, and I'm done. If I can't figure it out and know who the people are and what's actually going on, I feel like I'm wasting my time. Good morning, Joe Schmo. Welcome in.
Good morning. Good morning.
How was your night?
I was up late looking into portals.
Don't do that. You can go down rabbit holes. They're safer. Portals are a little sketchy, dude. You may not come back. You might not come back out of a rabbit hole either. I'm not saying anyway.
Right. Yeah, but I figured it out. Like it took me until like 6 o'clock this morning, which is right now, but I figured it
Shit,
out.
dude. What were you trying to figure out?
Like how to request an interview with her with LVD,
Oh.
because her booking number
Hmm.
on her all of her court filings is
Uh-huh.
different than her actual number just by one digit. Like the first digit is off by one. So I contacted customer support like 5 times last night. Like I called them back 5 times in a row. Like I know this is her booking number, and they're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. But I figured it out. I got it. Be there.
Good. So, are you gonna start writing her letters?
I'm something. I
I was
gotta
like, I'm
figure
not
out. I'm
telling
like,
y'all. It's a big ass secret.
What
I
if she
don't.
gives you a score and you're like almost a
What if she scores you, Joe? She's gonna read your shit and be like, "What score do I give Joe?"
You're very dark.
I remember.
Is he
Let
light?
out.
Is he dark? Yeah, I
Is-
got to figure out how to dip my toes in the water without like jumping into the deep end
You
of the
better
pool.
put some sage in one pocket and some black tourmaline in the other pocket, and sage yourself. Say a blessing. All these things, whatever you're into, do it.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah.
For sure.
Welcome
She's
in, Asha.
crazy.
Welcome in. So we got the OnlyFans just freaking going like nobody's business over there. Judge might be hot when she comes in with her flashes, you know.
It is
Didn't we
going
see
fast.
didn't we see for a while there was like a chandelier or a light on the ceiling that they were
Sometimes
showing?
they'll show.
There was
Yes.
a cobweb though, so they're probably staying away from that.
Yeah, they'll pan over to the lone light here at some point. They occasionally they do. I call it the lone light. I'm like, I don't understand why we're seeing the light or the fan, but whatever. I think we need to get Bev some decorations for the courtroom and maybe a nice backdrop we can look at from time to time. I don't know. Like, let us decorate the courtroom, lady, because it sucks.
At least something that's not spinning in a circle, making us.
Well, I can't look at it long. It makes me dizzy. So I'm trying not to look at it, but I don't want to miss when they start. So I brought it
Not
up.
at this speed. When it's going this fast, it is kind of dizzying.
Yeah, I don't look at it. I'll get car
Yeah.
sick feeling. You know what I mean? That little motion sickness feeling will start.
Yeah.
I'm like, not dealing with it. So I'm just staring at the chat screen and not really trying to look at that fan because it's going to bother me to the point where I'll take it down. That's my weirdness. I need a fresh coffee. So a new interview dropped overnight with Steve Gonzalez and Ashley
Oh.
Banfield.
Really?
I saw it this morning, and then probably about 30 minutes later, I noticed Dolphin had messaged me with the link to it, and I had already saved it for us to review. And I have to say, it just reiterated things we knew. Shit, my kid's calling me. I got to answer my phone. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
No worries. All right.
Walk and talk, sip your coffee, relax, go for a
So
spin
how-
on the ceiling fan.
Yeah. What are you thinking of this trial so far? I don't know if you've watched all of it, but
I'm really conflicted because after the first trial, we saw people like Bob Motta over at Defense Diaries putting his opinion in there that they should have just veered away from the third-party conspiracy theories, like that they beat him up and killed him inside the house and then they moved his body out of that.
yeah.
Like, people were hardcore, like, that's a mistake. Just attack the fact that the Commonwealth does not have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And all of the stupid things that they did and collecting and testing all of that evidence, just attack that. But now all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, the defense is doing a great job. They're attacking that third party thing. And I'm like, wait, didn't we just say the opposite thing like at the end of the other trial?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm conflicted. I'm really conflicted.
Yeah, because if they don't have, well, they don't have to prove somebody else did it.
Well, but what?
they just
Okay,
have to
but
create that, right? Yeah.
when you introduce a third party conspiracy theory, you almost shift the burden back to the defense team to prove that
prove
to
it.
some
You
level
do.
to the jury. Yeah.
That's what I was just gonna say. I mean, I know they don't have to technically prove it, but you need. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna bring it up, you pretty much do. All you
Yeah.
have is circumstantial evidence that somebody else could have done it too. So.
Right.
So yeah, I know. I think
I'm good.
concentrate on the fact that like Ark says, there's no physical way he was hit by that SUV.
I don't
So
see it. I definitely don't see it.
he
I'm
wasn't
not.
hit.
I'm not sure if she hit him or not. If he threw a glass at it or not. I don't know factually how I feel about that either way, but that doesn't seem possible. The injuries to his arm were fatal injuries. Like being struck by a
Okay.
car. There was no bruising, right? There was no bruising.
No, just
None.
skull fracture.
Where on O'Keefe?
Yeah.
Yes.
One eye was black. Skull fracture, one eye was black, and then they tried to claim that the black eye traveled toward the other eye.
Which it does. If you have a skull fracture, that you get
Yeah,
those raccoon
Yeah,
eyes.
that can definitely be fatal. Yeah,
My
right.
children, my son
So if you don't
has had a
treat.
skull fracture. You couldn't even tell my child had an injury. Like literally, he fell right off the tall bed, and he had I took him to the hospital. Obviously, all the things. He had a tiny. Now, of course, he was little, and he had a tiny fracture, but you could not see a bump, a bruise, nothing. But my other kid was at his grandma's, and he fell. He was about 5 or 6, and when he fell, I wasn't there. She said he went face forward and planted on her concrete. It looked like my kid had the biggest raccoon eyes and a Flintstone knot in the middle of his forehead. I didn't take him anywhere for weeks because it looked so bad. And when he began to heal, I had to go to the grocery store one day. So we went to the grocery store, and a little old lady passed by, and she stopped and looked right at my little boy, and she said, "It looks like you met the concrete, baby." And I was like, "Oh, thank God this lady knows what's up." You know?
Oh yeah, I mean
So
that's what
it's on the
happens.
severity and of an impact,
But the
whether
thing, yeah,
or by
the
fist
thing
or
with that's fatal about the skull fracture is that your skull is fixed. So when your brain swells from the injury, there's nowhere for the swelling to go. So it collapses
Gotcha.
the brain. So that's what
Yeah.
the intracranial pressure.
This
will
is
tell
our
you.
resident nurse, people. So
Well, so
I listen to her.
so potentially, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but
No,
so
but you are a
potentially,
nurse. You have more knowledge about a lot of things than we do, so we appreciate your input.
oh, thank you. Well, so potentially, if he would have gotten treatment sooner, that might have been what killed him, like the brain injury. You know
The
what I mean?
swelling
So,
of the brain.
yeah, he
That will
might have survived. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and also you got to think about the lack of oxygen to the brain during that time as well. It doesn't take
Yep.
long to start to
Right.
kill your brain. And even if you recover, you may have brain damage.
Mhm.
That was a big thing with people who have head injuries. You may heal, but to what extent? But yeah, Joe, he had one black eye according to the witness testimony so far. Now, the defense hasn't. They did question. What was it? It was like day 1
Yeah,
that was brought out. So I got all my notes here.
EMT. Yeah, the one
Yeah,
guy.
was it that
you know his
first one?
name.
Was it Nuttall that
Yeah.
was talking about that? Yeah. Because he appeared to be in cardiac arrest in a hypothermic situation.
Mhm.
That's what he said. Hands, fingers, and face were perfused. No blood flow. Fingers were white and stiff, which were an indication of hypothermia. Ventilated at the scene. Bamboo and CPR team effort with Flammetti. Yeah. Where was the note about the black eye? Let's see.
He was probably dead on scene, but they said
wait.
their
Here we go.
policy is they're
When
not
the-
dead until they're warm and dead, so they have to
So
warm
when
up the
the-
body.
Yeah, when the defense got up to question him, that's when the guy talked about having a goose egg or hematoma over the right eye, several scratches down right shoulder going toward the elbow, deep scratches and abrasions, little muscle or blood in back of airway, small amount of dry blood in the back of the head, found near the flagpole, whatever.
Apparently, he vomited too. I don't think they said that in that testimony, but apparently,
I
he
didn't
vomited.
hear that yet. Really?
Yeah,
Well, I didn't hear that yet. And
that's from
yeah.
head injury, right? Like,
yeah, that will cause it. It sure will. It can certainly cause. It's one of the things you look for when your kids fall, right? Are they throwing up? Are they lethargic?
mhm.
things like that, the normal things a parent's supposed to watch for when their child falls and hits their head. And none of us can say our kids never fell down and hit their head. If you got one that's never done that, you got it made. Shit. I've raised 4 kids. Nobody ever had a broke bone. My 4-year-old, at the time he was 4, was at his dad's, and that was back when we had that tall ass bed that I hated because I'm not tall. But anyway, I went in there. We were not even together, but my kid jumps off that bed to go get a juice box apparently, and his dad said that when he jumped off the bed, he heard him land funny, and he broke his little arm. I was like, man, I don't know. I can't. My kid's hurting themselves.
I heard something.
There goes the light. We got some movement. So
They're coming into the courtroom. There we go.
witness, or they'll recall the last witness from the other day or yesterday morning actually, or are they going to move on? Remember who they were talking with before the hearing? I don't know if they're moving on beyond that person.
Hear ye. All
Hear
persons
ye.
having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Superior Court and before the county of Norfolk.
Can y'all hear?
Draw near, give your attendance, and
Yep.
you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
So it was the Celebrate guy was on yesterday
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
before
Good
the
morning,
hearing.
jurors. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing?
Judge Bareski never asked that of his jurors.
Everyone
I
said
think
yes.
it's an appropriate question, but Bareski
Were you
never
also
asked
able to
them.
follow
Well,
the instructions
I'm
and
going to say
refrain
you're
from
going to see it in some states. In some states, you won't. It's all different. I'm telling you, Florida jury instructions do not play.
Did anyone happen to see
It's
hear, or
I've
read
never
anything
seen
about this case since we
states
last
go at it the way Florida does. It's
Everyone
weird.
said no issue.
I mean, it's not weird, but
Before we
it's
start,
people may not like it.
at the end of the
They see
trial,
Anthony
when I
walk,
give you
so
your
I got to say,
instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation
it is what it is.
Essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn.
34 Fairview.
If you saw that,
Dude, don't make me spit out my last swallow of coffee. Shit. I'm going to get fresh coffee, guys.
Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffen back, please?
Celebrate guy back. I guess he never got cross-examined, did he?
I don't think so, no.
Mm-mm.
Just taking a big, long drink of that water out of that green water
Sure, we're still
bottle.
on the road. Thank you.
All right,
Yep.
Mr. Lessie, you all set?
I can't wait.
That is a nice suit and tie. Holy cow, that is really
Yes.
nice. This guy does not make a little bit of money. He's got to be pulling in 6 figures easy.
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffen's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Mr. Brennan just looks so socially awkward. Like he's just sitting there next to this other attorney and he acts like he's uncomfortable.
Thank you.
And he's sitting there staring at his notes.
It's like a nerd.
Well, I wonder if he's on the spectrum though, just because he's like, I wonder. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying.
Everybody's on the
just-
spectrum these days, though.
I am. I know I am.
We all have weird ass shit. Are we all on the spectrum, though?
Thank you. Morning, Mr.
Are you-
Whiffen.
Good morning.
Okay, I can deal with you a little
Thank you.
differently, Joe.
Okay.
Now I know how to handle you. No. This is the Celebrate guy again, right?
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Why can I barely hear him? Okay, hold on.
We haven't started talking.
Oh, thank God. I'm like, what? This is not cool. We got to go find another feed because I can't hear this shit.
Whitman, I just handed you, which is in
Mic up,
evidence
bitches.
as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
You pick up your head. What the fuck?
He's not the fun Pee Wee Herman though. Pee Wee Herman was fun. Like he had the automatic breakfast thing going on, assembly line.
Thank you.
Okay, I always thought
Ready,
he was
Mr.
weird
Winter?
and I never
Thank
watched
you.
him.
So
Turns out I was
what
right.
I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important
That
enough
was
for
exactly
you to
your
write
point,
it in
Salty.
your
That was
report,
exactly your point.
but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So, The next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
Oh,
You did.
accurate degree of certainty.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 123156, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at
Was
this
reduced,
point,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to
So he
some
said
low
basement.
accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
This guy is hitting all my marks. I love this. I love this line of questioning.
He needed to.
And notable,
Right.
you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
Oops.
And notably, the larger white circle
Jury's present, right?
covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
I hope they're
Correct.
mentally present as well.
That's what I'm saying, right?
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And
He
this
looks a little uncomfortable right
depiction
now. He
was
looks a
not
little uncomfortable.
offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now,
Wow.
if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk.
Let's do enlarge that shit.
I'm not
So,
touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Paragraph begins with at 12:38:13 when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And
Did
I
he just say
repeated that
data?
just to
I'm screenshotting this.
tether, to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph.
Bring it, mister.
Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
That's a problem.
Correct.
This is the defense up, Carrie.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
Firefly, you know how crazy it's going to get in Idaho with all that phone shit.
Yesterday, you discussed Waze, the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction.
Clarification,
So,
not correction. Don't make it sound like
When someone
you
is
just correct.
using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general
tries
matter,
to be
is the
accurate?
Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
Called an exhibit, Mr. Attorney. That's an exhibit.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30.
He got a lot going on right now, Joe. You should know the word, though.
What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you
That feels-
provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Or to the jury.
Next
Say it both.
paragraph.
You can say
if
both.
the
It's okay.
location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, you could scroll
I want
down.
to see the red circle. Show me. Show me the red circle.
And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So, you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Oh.
Please.
Sidebar. We knew it was coming.
This totally feels like a My Cousin Vinny moment. Like he's like nailing this witness, and he's doing it in a totally classy and respectful
Yeah.
way. He's just saying, "You presented this, and you didn't present this."
That's
Very
what I
good.
like. There's no reason to be rude. There's no reason to be condescending. Just
Well, it was a
ask the
very
question.
different attorney than the prosecutor we saw in the hearing, right? Going at the ARCA guy, the way he was. I mean, he was very combative with him. This guy's getting up there and pointing out the flaws in cell phone data without having to do a whole lot of work to do it. Just pointing it out, right? You know, and that's all it takes. And this accuracy location data, it's bullshit. You know? He
It
just
is.
brought it-
Well, and selectively presenting
Yes.
different ranges of where that phone could be is total bullshit.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh yeah.
I
I
want
don't
this
like
guy.
it. That's going to
No.
cause a lot of problems in another upcoming high-profile case, and they better show me all of it.
Mhm.
I don't want to hear your snippets and what you think's relevant. Let me
May
hear
I,
all
Your
of
Honor?
it.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll determine it ourselves.
Right?
If we could,
Exactly.
dim the
We
lights
got
again,
this
please.
shit.
Thank you.
This is now the deliberation room.
So, if we can enlarge that depiction.
Right? Firefly.
So, yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
including the white one.
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
a question. That, according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
Butterfly. He was showing out for the judge. The
And
prosecutor.
at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry, apologies.
That's okay.
Why, Bev? No, lady. It was a simple question.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
I object.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Lessie, please.
Why do you need to have a sidebar of whether or not he can review something that he's already seen? I don't get that.
I don't know. It
I
makes
don't
no
know why
sense to me.
For the record, I mean, who the frick knows? With some of the two objections, the last two, the two back to back right here, were for no reason. And I don't understand why she let him have that. Don't get it. They were very simple questions. I didn't feel like they were wrong questions, right? Like,
Yeah, I really don't like the fact that she doesn't let them state the reason for their objection.
for their objection, have a little discussion about it or whatever. They
Yeah.
need
So that's the way she runs her court. She
Yeah.
doesn't want the attorneys making arguments in front of the jury that may
right.
influence the jury. So she's like, we're going to have non-speaking objections, and if we
Right.
need to sort it out, we'll have a sidebar.
Yeah.
So they're having a sidebar. But that tiny desk guy, like his jaw, like
She's
could that
the
get
only
any more?
judge I've ever seen do it quite like that, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I've watched
Me
a
too.
number of trials over the years. She's the only one that does it quite like that. And I don't, that's just like, it is what it is. They've been hearing arguments for years. Sometimes you may not need to do that. That's when it's her call. But yeah, there's a lot of things being objected to so far that I've seen in this trial that I don't quite understand her reasoning behind going along with the prosecution.
She's got to read their minds. If they can't have arguments, she has to read their mind about what their objection
Exactly.
is about.
But then is this based on law? Right? I need to hear that part. I'm all about discussing theories and what ifs, but once a case goes to trial, I turn on the legal mode. I cannot help it. I can't help it. That's where my brain automatically goes. So I don't know what her even legal reason for of sustaining the objections are. I'm like, well, that seemed, if I'm a juror, that appeared to be a normal question.
It just makes it seem like they're biased.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
It's not a good look.
It's like they're objecting because it's not good for their case, and then she's like, "Oh, sustained." Well, that makes it look biased.
Yeah, we need to quit underestimating jurors. It's easy to sit here and call jurors dumb and names and say they don't get it or whatever, but we're not on that jury. We're hearing the same evidence, but we may hear it differently or take it in differently. I'm not even understanding why the first trial ended the way it did at this point, right? Just in a little bit I've seen here. So it's odd. But if you're a juror, it's a weird look to not know why they're being objected or what the hell's happening with this law.
Right. Doesn't the gal next to pink tie dude to his right, doesn't she look like she might be related to Karen? Like they're showing her. And
I have no idea. I don't usually look
either.
I
don't know who they are, but that one snooty looking lady with the blonde hair. I don't know how else to describe her. Like fake lips.
What snooty looking lady? Where's she at?
Next to the red tie. Like I've seen her before. I don't know who she is.
The lady with the big red lips.
Yeah. I've seen her before.
She might be Karen Read's cousin. No, she's her sister-in-law. Isn't that her brother?
Oh, it could be her brother. I don't really know. I'm not sure.
Hey, wait. The redheaded lady could be the sister-in-law. The guy in the pink tie could be the brother.
Paulo Keefe's dad is here today.
That girl with the long hair is blood relation to Karen Read. You can't tell me she's not. Look at her face profile.
I have no idea. But I do see.
No, I mean, if you look at her, she looks a little bit like Karen Read. Look at her sitting there. Facial profile features, hair. To me,
I don't see it. I don't see it. Whatever.
I
don't know.
I do.
Oh, wow.
I see it. I see it.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It looks like the dad features. Look at look. That's Karen Read's cousin. She don't got no sister that I know of. I know she's got a brother.
I don't see it. I don't see it at all. But
that's weird.
Chat,
what are y'all? All three of y'all watching?
Butterfly.
We got like 5 of us tuning in. That's all cool. Joe likes her hair. Butterfly says, hey, that's a good question. So does Karen Read got the sexy hair too, Joe?
I like her cousin or whoever that is. I like her hair better.
He's like, whatever that girl was over there, I liked her better.
The redhead? The redhead?
No.
He thinks related to Karen, and you're like, no, don't see it. That girl.
Oh, so that's not the redhead. I thought you were talking about the redhead. No wonder I
We should have known Z's was gonna come rolling in with some knowledge. Look at that shit. Her name is Esty. I don't believe they are related. Scoreboard for Firefly.
Well, I don't know. Are you looking at the redhead?
The second one I owe you. You don't even know it yet. That is literally the second one I owe you today. We'll get to that later.
Oh no.
Yeah. You. I think you've been right about something all along, and I've been very wrong about it. But we've had different opinions, but that's all it was. It's about
Hey, I don't know anything.
No, neither do I. But I think I know. I think your opinion's been right all along. Let's just put it that way about where Kaylee was.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, okay. I know what you're talking about then. Hey, you know what? Your guess is as good as mine until we know all the deeds.
Well, we know a little more, and I'll
Oh,
tell
you
you.
based on Steve. Okay, Steve's
Yes.
interview.
And something made me draw that conclusion that he said.
Mhm.
And watching this, they know where that girl was all night because of her phone and her health care.
Oh, okay,
Think
okay,
about it, right?
okay.
But
All
we're
right. I mean, that's
5 feet across the hall. I mean, we could be a little bit off, but I
right.
think I got thoughts behind it. So
True. It is pretty close in her
it's
room.
worth it. We need to have a conversation about it. So
Oh yeah, definitely. That's cool.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You
hey,
can approach.
Thank you.
we don't even care what she says, dude. We said you could.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
So we're not sure if they're
Yeah,
related yet, guys. The mystery continues. We
Tell
have
me
to do
when
some
you've got a fair
research.
opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the
Killing with
report
kindness.
that I read 2 months ago.
Future game.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time
Pocket stick.
in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
123204 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 123205,
For the cause.
application focus, what does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 123206. We discussed this, it says read message, pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe, it's the Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 123216. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the health event stopped at 123216.
That was the Apple Health?
The 36 steps were completed by 123216. So the phone was unlocked.
Interesting.
I didn't get the seconds jotted down, but at
Do you know the
1232
light,
the
Mr.
device
Hennessy?
was
Yeah, that
locked
would
for
be
the
helpful.
last
Thank you.
Can we have
time.
the lights, please, Dan?
Seconds later, it's taken 36 steps. At the end of the 36 steps was 123216. I'm trying to keep all the times so I can make this a timeline.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on that this evening, actually, before I get too far behind. Keep in mind that Karen would have had
Do
to
you recall
yeah, exactly.
writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance
Oh, man.
of 25.4 meters, again that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing
That was a very demonstrative
and
question.
you used in your report? 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it. but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
It could be.
It
Do you
could.
recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is a really good line of questioning, and this guy, like this attorney, is like, he's like Hank level of nerd, but he is so much more respectful. He is so much more respectful, and honestly, I think more knowledgeable.
He's a better lawyer. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's got more knowledge. He's smarter. He's smarter
Yeah.
than his opponent. That's the
Thank you,
problem.
Your Honor.
He's dangerously smart.
He's forming his questions very, very well, and he's directing this line of questioning very, very well.
And they need to come off as that way. It's not always a good look to be the attacking defense attorneys. Do you know what I mean? Let the prosecutor look like the bad guy. Let's roll with that. We got a jury to impress here. And sir, you're doing a good job.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The kind of defense attorney I can have respect for, instead of just somebody
Show
that's
Mr.
screaming
Brennan.
bullshit.
I just want to make sure I got the entire report.
Hank's like, yeah, I don't need to see that. Oh, wait, I got a question for you, dude. Does that have my wife's number on it? No? Okay, all right.
Dude.
Publish.
Ain't nobody caring about nobody's wife. You humans are weird.
Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
I am-
Relationships.
may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with
I just called myself
a
non-human.
document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you read a report of Mr. Green.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Review the report.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
Oh God. Then, huh?
Yeah.
How
It is
good-
what it is. He may or may not remember.
Have you
That's
ever had
okay.
any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Is it going to contradict
very
your own
briefly.
report?
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell
Whoa.
you that?
Sustained.
Well, why is that? Why
Did you
object?
ever
What?
have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino
No.
about the distance from the flagpole to the front door?
I agree, Joe. I don't know what's
Hang
wrong
on,
with
hang on,
that.
hang on,
Maybe.
hang on.
Foundation. I think it goes to
So-
Hang on,
foundation.
hang on.
Is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to
Maybe.
what we
He's almost got
were
a smirk on his face here.
discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered,
84.
and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
It's
So
not.
let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It started.
Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet.
Exactly.
Correct?
Boom, I'm in the house. Fucking A. Bring it, Mr. Lawyer.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet,
Or from
and your
Karen's view,
report
front
notes
door.
steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue on.
It's more than sketchy,
timeline.
butterfly, right? That was
Deck
not good
83.
for prosecution, in my opinion.
If
We
Miss
now
Shelby was in
have
here, she would say more than sketchy.
Doppler
Mm-hmm.
1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state.
It's like 4 a.m. for her or something.
Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the
More than
detected
likely?
word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
This dude is sus.
Thank
He
you.
is totally sus.
His cell phone data is totally sus.
The conclusions that he presented to the jury are sus.
Well, that's because he worked with the prosecution to do so, Joe. That's what the defense attorney's job
You're right.
is. To get up here and show what they didn't want you to see.
So we're going to get a redirect. I wonder if we're going to get a recross after the redirect. I love recrosses. They're like one of my favorite things in trials.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Rossi?
Sometimes.
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no,
sometimes.
Your Honor.
Driving on home. Don't bore me.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with
Let's
an
do.
iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you.
Are you sure?
Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different
I want to
page,
hear his
slide
explanations of this phone temperature. Because I know what's about to happen.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the
I'm
screen
waiting
yet.
on this.
iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read
So uncomfortable
is
here.
right out of your
He's
March
contradicting.
2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, hold
Dude.
on.
And
Hold on.
you
Yeah.
actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios
Freezer.
in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
It's so uncomfortable right here.
Busted. Busted.
I'm finding myself doing what I did in Lori's case, where I was sitting in court and I was putting my hand over my mouth so I wouldn't comment on the bullshit that went on in her case. I'm putting my hand over my mouth now so we can all hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, I really, because when he's testifying, I
had-
want to hear that part. Or
An appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
append-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy of it.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay.
perfect.
Would that be helpful? Mr.
Very
Perfect.
thankful.
He's like, I got one, bitches.
Yes.
You didn't come to court prepared? I did.
That's right.
Booyah.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that.
He's like, I'm
report.
going back
Thank
across the pond.
And if you
Y'all
could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we
I hope he
enlarge
attacks the
chart.
scientific inaccuracy of putting an iPhone in a freezer.
He's about to do something with that.
I hope so.
Enlarge it just a little bit more.
That ambient temperature.
We're not concerned.
He
with
made
the
it
text
clear
at
yesterday
this
that that phone
point.
wasn't registering
We
any
can just
ambient
get the chart
temperature,
as large
but he
as
was wrong.
possible. Thank you.
It does factor it in.
Thank you.
I took notes on that shit.
So, what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
You
It
don't
was
know the
freezer.
temperature of
Is it-
the
is that
freezer?
sort of your just regular
I don't know.
freezer that
Yeah,
everybody
just
has?
a regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it.
Fuck.
Let's look at some of the data that you have from this.
Salty, being in the restaurant business, you know how cold freezers are. You tell
I
me
know.
how cold is that freezer.
Let's
That
start
thermometer is
at
every fucking where, dude. He should have known that as a
the-
scientist,
1710 time frame,
whatever he is.
where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is
Yeah,
of
crazy.
the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
What?
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whiffen.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
I'll stipulate,
Just make
like
sure.
Laurie, I'll stipulate.
If I have a moment, Your Honor.
It's like, I digress. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Fuck.
For the record,
3.33,
freezers are
that's
usually
not
at
fair.
0
That sounds
degrees.
fair.
So it's about
Yes.
3.3 degrees
You have to
Fahrenheit per
constantly
minute,
read them.
correct?
Correct.
It's part of your fucking routine in the restaurant business. If you're any good at your job, you gotta know what your freezer temps are at all times.
Now let's
Trying to
go
poison y'all with my
to
food.
the next page
Shitty
of your
restaurants,
report,
guys.
page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf?
That's a lot closer to the weather that day. It was probably around 30 degrees when they had that blizzard come in, between 25 and 30, right?
Yeah, when
And
the
if you
something
could
like
just
that
scroll
at
up
the time.
well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
I like the experiment. I just am not a big fan of the conclusions that he drew from it. For the Commonwealth.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday of What you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped
Come on, dude. You can get it. Come on.
50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually
Too many
occurred
variables.
on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
Sinead, this
And
is
then with
huge.
regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a,
Sorry, that's a bit below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
32.
It was
It's
minus
32.
5 degrees
That's-
Celsius at the time.
what the-
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be
You
fair to
use
you because I know
America
you
now.
use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit.
Thank you.
But
We are
would you
in
agree
America.
that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing
I
point
hate
in
meters and
Fahrenheit?
Celsius.
I honestly
I don't
wouldn't know.
live there.
Okay, fair enough.
Fuck, I was taught
So-
other shit.
In any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit,
33 is above freezing.
Yes, it is.
you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of
He came from England, went to
30.6
Canada, then
degrees,
came
right?
over here.
Correct.
Firefly is what he said. From England, went to Canada, and ended up here. Working for Celebrate.
but much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe
might
on
still
the
live in
morning of
Canada, though.
January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
This is my favorite testimony of the trial to date.
Do you
by far.
know what the temperature was
Liar
in
Roberts
Canton
was pretty decent.
in
but this guy's
January
more
29th,
technical shit. She was just the drama.
2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device.
That's not what you testified to.
I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show
Was it
what
relevant?
data the device had recorded.
I about choked on my Coke.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery...
What the fuck was that?
You all set, sir? I'll go back to the question.
We used to have an ice cream man here called Mr.
Digital
Wimple.
forensics, you
He
work with
reminds me
law
of that, 'cause of
enforcement
his name.
often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
No,
I
he
did not.
should do it. Seems
And
part of his.
do you know whether any law enforcement
Analysis.
person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this
Well,
juror.
Joe, it's like when they renamed Coke.
Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
With who?
Oh, who
As
were the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed
He's
this
like, oh,
temperature
Oh,
tell us more.
information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
They didn't like
Excuse
it
me?
when.
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature
They
with
didn't like it when the other guy, Wolf, called
Prosecutor Brennan.
defense by his
It was in my
first name.
report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and
That's true.
okay. But who
change
told you
based
to
on
do
That's
those
true.
2
report
experiments?
findings.
Who
Oh,
told
sir,
him to do
I'm
those 2
not
experiments?
suggesting what you just
I would
stated. I'm
expect him
just
to do
trying to
some,
get information
but it
about,
doesn't
you
make
mentioned the
it good.
verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building
Say his name
based
right.
upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th.
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you
That was a complex question. You got to admit that was a complex question.
in any kind of form, your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir, a lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
Thinking.
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Struggle.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature?
No. Don't ask a second question when you're in the middle of a
So
question.
you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never
What?
used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and
Well, inside or outside could be an important point here.
that is up
I
there,
know that.
in your opinion, has no
shit.
relevancy
Right.
to the topic of where a phone might
all the
be
relevance.
to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though.
Good
My
clarification.
question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point on as regards temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
Why didn't you? You were investigating the location of a phone that happened to occur with
May I have a
that
moment to
storm
search
event.
the topic? Thank you, Your Honor.
Why didn't you investigate
And I'll be right back.
the meteorologic?
That would have been the first thing you check and the easiest thing
Right.
to check, especially if you're going to
Yeah.
conduct a freezer experiment later. You got to
Yep.
match your temperatures to start with.
Yep.
Duh, dude. The fuck? If I know this shit, well, how come you don't celebrate, guy?
So people like fanboy over Alan Jackson, and I know Miss Shorty has a thing for Yannetti, but I like this attorney. Like, this attorney is probably my favorite attorney of any trial ever.
Mine too, and I only like, yeah, I don't know enough
He's-
about it. Jackson dude kind of seemed a little Cornish star looking-ish to me. He gives me that. I just kind of ignore him, and I listen to his arguments and stuff, but other than that, I don't pay him no attention. But I like this attorney. I like his little legal mind.
Yeah, he's on it.
It's fascinating, right?
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of
This dude
questions.
was raised right.
If
y'all.
you look at this chart,
Yep.
and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
Get him, Karen. Just like, fuck this.
Right? Right? What is she bringing out?
Get him, boy. I'm better than Lori Vallow. Get his ass.
She
Lori
is.
had the wrong lawyer. Oh, come on, cat and dog. Stop it.
The final data point on this slide,
shit.
Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this.
I gotta mute up my animals.
At 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees.
What?
Correct.
What? He wasn't out there laying in the yard that whole morning. That's the mic drop moment of the trial. His phone was not out there in the yard the whole morning. There's no way. Holy shit, people. Did you just hear that?
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm screenshotting as I can when they show us the presentation of screenshot.
Oh, Firefly, you caught it first. Kudos. I'm just now catching up, but I'll get there. Dropped like 6 or 7 degrees in that 6 or 7 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That phone was not out in 30-something degree weather that whole time. There's no way.
And the health events that was recording and ending, the times of that, he had plenty of time to walk to that door and into the house. All the way into, like he said, that 70, 2 feet from the flagpole or whatever it was. I got it wrote down the
May I
exact.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And if you go just over that was the 80.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
It's like he walked all the way to the door and actually made it into the home before it stopped tracking him. When the health event ended.
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it.
It is
Thank you,
72
Troy.
feet from the flagpole to the front door of
Yes.
the home.
Mr. Whitman, I've handed you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
36 steps equals 84 feet. So that puts him inside the home.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
It's like, can I have like 24 hours to review this?
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Forgot
Thank you,
I
Your
was
Honor.
on mute. Thank you, Firefly.
Mr.
I
Wolf,
didn't.
please.
I didn't.
And if you
didn't
could
give me a second,
enlarge.
so thank you for sending that.
Don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries.
Let's do.
That is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right,
Officer O'Keefe, sir.
12:14:36, end
Not
time
John's
12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see,
What?
And is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
So that's when they're on
If
the
you
way
go to
driving
the next
over, right?
Entry,
Right before they got there. though.
1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23. Outgoing call duration 36
So
seconds
look at the other
to
timelines.
Jen McCabe. Duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Yeah.
Because it's an incoming call.
Oh.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Oh, you need a sidebar for this? This is factual information. Why do you need a freaking sidebar?
We gotta
Come
make sure.
on.
We gotta make sure that I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Look, dude, I've survived Delphi. That judging her weirdness here. This lady's low key shady. She low key shady, y'all. She ain't full on display shady like Judge Gold was.
That gal next to John's mother has to be like another relative, right?
Of John's, probably.
John O'Keefe's mother is the one right there in the white blazer and the glasses.
Yeah, I know. The lady sitting beside her is probably related to her.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that guy on the far right in like the red shirt,
That's
like the
John's
red.
brother.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought he was related.
Yeah, that's John's brother, according to Firefly.
And then there's a guy in the background in a white polo, and I think he's also related, if I remember right.
He
But
may
I'm not
be.
sure how.
I don't know how. I'd never dig into. Only time I know about families is when they're thrust out there and people start talking about them. That's when I know. I don't know these people enough to know who everybody is yet. I know a couple of them. Was John a smoker? Sinead asked. I do not know.
I don't know either.
I didn't see. Oh well, they don't smoke in bars. I was gonna say I didn't see him light one up in the bar, but I don't go to
Sinead,
bars.
I think they just did like indirectly prove through circumstantial evidence that he was indoors because his phone temperature only dropped like 7 degrees in that 6 hours. So, like, there's no way he was laying out in the snow in the cold for that 6 hours because his phone would have been at,
You talking to Z's?
yeah,
Because I think
no,
she.
no, no. Sinead said, holy shit,
Oh,
have they just proved that John was indoors?
oh yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, I see it. There you go. I see it now. Believe so, Sinead. That's what it appears,
This
right?
seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess.
Do
So
it
why don't
now.
we take a
Do it
15 or
now.
20-minute
How do
recess?
we know it? It's
Please rise for the
appropriate.
jury.
She needs her bagel and a coffee. Yes. That's it, folks. We got order up to Bevo care package and send it to her.
This is a different fan.
Oh look, it is. It's got a little fire alarm thingy over here left of it. Okay, hang on. I
It'll
gotta get
still
this.
make you car sick if you stare at
I
it too
gotta
long.
no. It's gotta go. I cannot do it. See, that's one of my weird things. There's just some things I can't do, like stare at a clock and shit. Like that fan right there would drive me nuts. Oh my
I'm sorry,
god.
but this is big stuff.
Yeah, the testimony of this guy and the way the defense is able to bring out the indiscrepancies in the phone data, the way he didn't present all the information.
Yeah.
And you got to think about it this way. This guy's writing, and this is how all the experts work. They are not to tell you. What they're to do is conduct their experiments and their tests and read their data, whatever they do, whatever their expertise may be. Then they provide reports to the attorneys, to the defense gets their reports, prosecution. It's up to them to pick and choose what they present out of these reports. That's why the opposing side is important to get up and question the expert, because
Yeah,
that's when
I
bullshit
can't
gets
do that. I can't do that as an
You're gonna
expert
have
and
to
a
get used to it.
professional in my field. I cannot
But you,
present selected items for exhibit. I have to show everything,
you
and I
are
have to
not
be
an
like,
attorney in court, though. You're
It's as
not.
good
You
as
have
lying.
to.
It's as good as lying if you can't,
It's
you
not.
know.
It's okay. I understand where you two are coming from, but haven't you watched enough court proceedings to know that's how the expert opinions work? They turn everything over by report. Then it's literally the prosecution was the one who decided to keep out and omit certain things, right? Even when they prepped for trial and put their PowerPoint together that he did, they omitted certain things. You don't think the defense does the same thing? But this defense doesn't have a reason to hide anything, it looks like other defense attorneys may have. So I'm not going to hate on this guy because the state decided, well, you know what, this right here is not important in your report, especially if he's got it in a report and they see it. That just proves the state didn't care enough to me.
no. He didn't care enough. I'm going to call him out as a professional, as a legal expert.
Okay, well, when you
Okay,
see
let me.
somebody,
Okay, hear me out. Hear me
hold
out.
on, guys, testify. We'll revisit it, but go ahead.
Yep, hear me out. Hear me
I
out.
will.
So he did these experiments on 2 different iPhones. He put one in the freezer and then he put one in ambient temperatures around 33 degrees outside. And then he took those results and did not draw any conclusions from those results. Like he intentionally left out any conclusions that he might have
That's
drawn from those experiments.
and that.
That's
But
crap.
look,
That's
okay,
crap.
okay, and I get it. And his tests were completely flawed because he didn't take the temperature that night. He didn't test the temperature of his freezer. But guess what? That just did helped the defense. If he had
Right,
done
you're
all,
right. Yeah, right? Because Alessi was on the ball, and mostly
saying,
because Alessi was on the ball.
and
That dude rocks,
what's
man.
telling me, okay, and he's asking him, did you write that in your report? Yes, I did, which tells me the freaking prosecution knows it was out there, but chose to omit that stuff,
Yep,
omit it.
yep,
So
yep.
that's what I'm saying. If the guy turned it over in report, what does he do from there? He's not an investigator. I'm not taking up for
No,
that guy by any
no,
means.
he's an expert witness, and it is up to an expert witness to draw a conclusion from the results of your experiments. You
Wait till
don't
we hear
just
from
do an
some of the
experiment and
people
just
up
leave
there.
it hanging out there.
I understand that. I got a big problem with Brian Koberger's recent diagnosis too, but I'm interested to see on what both parties got to present to me expert style on the stand. I'm just
Yep.
saying there's a process, and if the guy got up there and lied, flat out, blatantly lied, and didn't have reports and didn't have all these things, I'd look at him a little different. I'm still not believing what he's because his
Well,
shit's
there
all
are
over.
lies. There are lies of commission, and there are lies of omission, and he
Exactly.
definitely committed lies of omission.
The thing is, yeah, he may have all the data, but he made the chart. He decided what to put
I
in it.
know, but everything that the defense just brought out was in the report that he turned over to the prosecution. Prosecution decided this is unimportant stuff. Just like they're going to pick and choose that shit in Idaho on both sides. And y'all will wait and see. I'm not trying to say I'm not taking up for that dude at all. They all got shady shit going down. That's how experts operate. Fuck, we got a judge calling one a damn conspiracy theorist, which is a little over the board, but across the line. But I'll give it whatever. I'll ignore that one thing, but I won't do it again. It's just not. I'm sorry. When it comes to court, my legal brain goes on. My emotions are out the window. It's like I can't. In fact, that's why I'm done with Delphi. I'm going to try real hard to stop comparing other cases and judges to what I've seen in Delphi. I won't be covering Delphi anymore until something factually comes down the pike that I can trust. The reason I don't show my face on the internet to this day is because of Delphi. And I've seen a lot this weekend that really pushed me over the limit. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only creator to come out here and say that this weekend, by the way.
Okay, so last bit on Delphi, if you're not going to cover it
I'm not.
anymore. So I'm just going to ask this. Do you believe that the video that supposedly the defense released is the raw, unedited, unenhanced video that we got a hold of?
Will you want me to tell you what I heard out of the horse's mouth?
Mm-hmm.
The phone apparently, and this is on a YouTube live, that's where I got it from. The phone extraction data was apparently given to someone by the defense. And it was to be posted on that website. And it came, according to that source, came directly from the phone extraction. So I don't know, Joe. I don't even think I care anymore. Because I can't trust the state of Indiana. I cannot trust the so-called people who matter versus those of us that don't matter. And I think the only ones that do matter in this case are Abby and Libby, Rick Allen, and Kathy Allen. And it's time to step away and give them all some space.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'll be doing going forward. Now, back to this legal bullshit here. Again,
Yep.
I can't just come out of the gate and attack some Celebrate guy, because I might go for all they say in the next case. I'm saying the guys got the reports turned in. The fucking defense just proved it. That's where they got their information to go at him at. It was from his own report. And I love that. So, I don't know. I just see it a little bit differently. And that's okay. We can have our different opinions on it. You know what I mean? Some of these expert witnesses will make you laugh. They're so laughable. Who doesn't take the temperature from that night and take it into account when you go to test a phone temperature drop? That important. That's your first red flag. Dude's done right there with me. I don't care what he puts in his report after that. I don't give a shit anymore. He's done.
Well, it's really interesting that he did that second test. So he did the first test in the freezer. The second test was like 33 something degrees, which is literally when it starts snowing. Like snow starts coming down. in the Midwest, on the East Coast, wherever, like around
But
32 degrees. So
Yeah.
how did he
Firefly,
just magically come up with that number?
Firefly, do you know what the temp was allegedly that night? I know we read it or talked about it, but I can't remember.
Not off the top of my head, no. But yeah, like
Yeah,
you said, it was snowing, so it's
yeah,
definitely
I know
below
it's
32,
easy.
right?
It's so easy to pull up the weather report. We may do that. I need to bring the feedback up. I don't know how long their morning break was going to be.
I
Um,
would I would guess somewhere around 30 degrees,
it
like
would have to.
somewhere
Yeah, I don't.
27 to 30 degrees.
Yeah, I don't live in that region, so I honest to God couldn't tell you if the fucking wind blows and it's 50 here. I'm just going to tell you it's freezing
And
outside.
then the temperature when, like the temperature when they found
It's
him,
the
the
time
temperature during
exactly.
the night. Like, I mean, it's going
Um,
to fluctuate during the day.
right. So you're going to that, like you're saying. We need to. I need to pull up the weather chart and see what was the
Okay,
temp around
what
midnight.
was the
What
what
did
was
it
the
fall to
date?
about 12:30? Because they
The
What was
20,
arrived about
January 28th,
yeah, Joe, the 28th.
or is
So
it the
they
29th, the morning of the
wait.
29th?
The
I'm not sure.
29th. Okay, John,
29
hang on.
2019, 2020, 2021?
22.
So they
20.
arrived after midnight. Okay, so that would bring it into the 29th, I think.
All right. You
So they got
Oh, it was actually colder than that. It was around
I
17
was gonna
degrees.
say, okay, because they were
17.
expecting, okay, because I don't live in the Northeast, but in my mind, I'm thinking it had to be cold. They got a fucking blizzard coming. I mean, it can't
Yeah,
be the same temp here that I experienced. You know what I mean? It
it was
had to be colder.
17, 18 degrees. So his
Okay,
phone is going to get colder faster at 17
exactly.
degrees.
It would go at a higher rate, right, than what this guy's telling us it did. It only dropped 11 degrees in that 15-minute block from 12:37 to 12:53, and then at 12:37 till 1:36 for a whole hour, it's a 22-degree drop. And it's like if it was that damn cold, wouldn't you expect it to be a little faster rate, a little more rapid?
Maybe.
Um,
I don't know. That's why he needs to do experiments, like with the
mhm.
different temperatures, like show
Well,
it at 18 degrees and then see how fast it drop. And
you got to
if it's
get your
like different,
freezer though to match the temperature outside if you're going to go
no.
with the phone was outside all night. But if it wasn't and it was inside that home, how does he know what the temperature inside that home even was? And if they've used battery temperatures in the past to help determine a phone's location, what are we not doing that here for? It's not relevant here, he said. Oh no, your sketchy 36 steps is relevant though.
Oh yeah.
So I'm taking note of every little inconsistency. You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
that bothered me yesterday, the fact that they didn't include the data that showed he could possibly be in the house. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, when you go from the 72 foot from the flagpole to the front door, and then you got the 82 feet compared to the 36 steps, that put him right stepping inside the damn house. And the jury has to be soaking that in. If we're picking up on it, well, we hope. Not all jurors will see it the way we do. That's why they got more than one or two sitting there. I still don't even know how they got to where they got in the first trial. So y'all are saying they didn't present John's phone data in the first trial? Not even the defense? I mean, nobody bothered to look at that man's phone like they didn't think it was important or relevant, or I guess they started digging into
I don't
it.
remember seeing the data like this.
That's what they're saying. The chat was somebody in chat
I
said.
wonder. Okay, so Need Some Z said, if he was laying on the floor on the ground, wouldn't it have gotten colder faster? But his body's also on top of it, so if he was still alive, his body temperature might be keeping it a little warm too.
I've thought about that too, Firefly, because it was underneath him. But that
Mhm.
also puts the phone also in direct contact with the cold ground.
Right. And Jen said she had to scrape snow off of his face to find
Yeah.
his face.
Which
So
tells me he laid there for a while
a
in the
long
snow.
while. Yeah.
Because you wouldn't have had to brush and how fast was the snowfall, right, coming down. And that truck, the Nagels that pulls in behind her, if that guy testifies in this trial that he pulled in behind her and sat out there a good 5-7 minutes, whatever it was, never saw John O'Keefe, not even lying, just just freshly hit in the snow, not covered up yet, because Karen's still sitting there, and y'all don't see John O'Keefe. She obviously done hit him, and now she's sitting there going, "Oh shit." Is that what they want me to believe? No.
Yeah, I know.
There wasn't enough snowfall in that that amount of time for him to miss that dude laying over there.
Not only that, don't forget the Nagels. What did
That's
the
what I'm
Nagels
talking
see?
about.
What happened?
That's what I'm talking about. The Nagel guy is the one that pulled up behind her. He
I
testified
know.
at the first trial.
I hope they're almost done with this Celebrate guy. I want just get Jen on the stand and let her
Where did
try.
my they're still showing the fan. So they are out to
So this is the only fan trial.
yeah. So I've heard. Wind plays a factor also. Snow.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
we know about wind chill factor in the Midwest. We know a thing or two.
God, we know about wind chill factor here too. I don't like that shit. Y'all can keep it. I know what the feels like temperature is outside. I'm in Florida. We got the humidity temperature and we got the actual sun temperature. And they weigh different sometimes. This summer, I'm gonna be burning the fuck up, but I will not be complaining because guess what? I got air conditioning and I hate winter. It's like, what's the feels like temperature outside? It's so hot you can't go out there, you can't breathe.
Yeah.
That won't come till later in the year. I'm all good. I'm set for a while. Bring it on. I spent a lot of time out in the yard yesterday evening. It was so pretty. Sunsets are getting pretty and long, and I absolutely love
Oh,
it.
that's a good question, True Butterfly, about if he was hit by a car, why didn't the health data detect a fall? I mean, did he have a smartwatch or anything? Because I know, like, if I've hit my hand on the desk out of anger before, and it's been like, "Oh, are you okay?" Like,
oh my God, really?
Oh yeah, you know how you get frustrated? You're like, you bang the table.
Yeah.
I mean, I have. Well, yeah, your watch is like, "Oh, are you okay? Do you need us to call anyone?" You know, it's like, did
Oh
you
my
fall?
God, I'd be
It
like,
thinks
you
fell.
nosy bitch. I'm taking
Right? It's like, never mind. Are you just mad?
That's funny. Firefly. It's good. It's checking in on you. That's good to know. Someone's got my girl over there. Are you okay? Phone check in.
Yeah, it's nice to know, right? Like, what if you do fall and you need it?
Well, if they help, I fallen and I can't get up. If they can detect the 36 steps, if they can detect the incline climbing, whether you call it stairs or mountains you're driving on, whatever, why wouldn't it detect a sudden fall or something of that nature? So great question. Did you see my other question? She says, no, hang on, we were talking and we didn't. Let's see. Let me scroll up. I would like to know if there was damage to his phone, right?
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, I don't think there's been. I haven't heard anything but reported about that yet. But you would think. Now, damn it, another case we know of has a phone in a shoe under a victim, but phone's not damaged. So I don't know, with him holding it, because I picture if she hit him, this a big old if, capital letters. If he's holding a rock glass in one hand and his phone in the other, and the glass is what they claim made those marks on the back of her car, then the phone would have been in the left hand. Rock glass in the right hand. Otherwise, it don't make sense for that to be occurring. How the phone he's just like, drops his phone and falls back on top of it, perfectly on top of it. Weird. Like everything just perfectly came into play, right? Like he didn't fall beside him, didn't fall a few feet from him, knocked out of his hand or whatever. Weird. No damage to his phone has been reported as of yet. I'm gonna make me a chili dog here in a minute, y'all. I'm hungry. I just got hungry all of a sudden.
It's almost lunchtime. I mean, it's only 10 where you are.
It's 10 where I'm at. I've been up since like 6 a.m. I managed to sleep past 4 a.m. So
Carrie says her smartwatch doesn't do that. But it's like, well, go Go pretend you're really mad and bang the counter really hard and see if it you got to do it pretty hard. Like you got to be like really mad.
Because she's like, you gotta hit that shit hard. What? Been in trouble? 31. I have not. I don't visit too many YouTube channels anymore. It's only a couple streams I go into because I want to. Let me say it that way. Some I do for research purposes, and then I'm like, what's happening here? And if we're talking about Karen Read coverage, I have only ventured into Miss Shorty's. Only. I love Miss Shorty, and I love to go over there. We're going to have another chat coming up in a couple of weeks. We're meeting back up in about 2 weeks to discuss where we are now with the trial, where I sit with the trial as a juror, and not knowing much about the case and learning it as we progress through it. So I'll be back over there with her. Joe, I think you and I have somewhere to go on Friday night. I don't even know all the details yet. Friday night. Joe, are you with me? Did I lose you, man?
Joe, wake up!
Joe, are you asleep again? Damn it, man. If everything pans out, I know it's going to be Joe and I, and maybe Miss Shorty. We're going to get feral on Friday. We are. We're going to go over and hang out with a publicly buzzed gang and do Feral Friday. We are. I've not been on Feral Friday yet. Miss Shorty has. Joe, you have, I believe. So, be my first time hanging out over there with you guys. Butterfly, can you also drop publicly buzzed into the chat? I'd appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. She's got Miss Shorty's link there, guys.
I love Publicly Buzzed. I haven't watched their stream in a while, but I love them. They're just so nice.
He's great. We've had him on the show, talking Idaho 4 on one of my Sunday shows. We had a very candid conversation. It's a great conversation. We kind of started a conversation on X, and then we started DMing, and then we just went kind of brought into the live and had a conversation. So always a good time over there. And he and I have not touched base lately on any of the new Coburger stuff. So I need to set up to get him back over here with us to get a discussion going about that. We've been working on a little bit of things. I checked this morning, by the way, and there wasn't anything new on the docket.
Oh, hey, need some C's. Who is it that did a ballistic gel arm experiment for what would happen if it was hit by 20? That's cool. I'd love to see that.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know who she's talking about. Who did that?
He has done a number of experiments about the Lexus taillight.
The channel she was talking about. Okay.
He has bought numerous of them. He's bought numerous Lexus to test. How much money is this dude making on the YouTube?
A ballistic arm or gel can't be cheap either.
I'm saying people are invested in this stuff.
I would love to see that experiment. Be in trouble 31. Okay. Gotta look that up.
Yeah.
I love experiments like that.
But we didn't like the Celebrite guys experiment.
Well, I didn't get to see it. I want to see it on video.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Y'all know. Thank you, Butterfly, for dropping those. Steve from Publicly Buzz is a real dude. He's a genuine character. Yeah, he is. I like how honest he's been about some things. With Idaho 4, I can appreciate it as somebody who's been in the trenches and saw all the bullshit like he did.
Oh, cool. He does have an arm with the bones in it too.
Girl.
Yeah. Oh, how cool. I can't wait to watch that. 16 minutes.
Drop the link in Discord, and if we have time, we'll look at it during lunch.
Oh, okay. There's 2 different ones, but I'll show you both. Okay.
And I found that one from the waterfall I wanted to show yesterday. I sent you the link directly to it, I think, last night when I found it, or when I
did you?
Set it up. Yeah, I think I did. And anyway, I have that saved for us to go over as well.
There's 2 different ones with the ballistic gel arm, so I don't know which one's whatever. But
okay, cool.
They're both about 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
How cool. I can't wait to watch that. Because I just don't see how those injuries are from a taillight breaking. And I don't even see how
It's hard
hitting
to,
a person
hard
can
to
break a taillight. I just don't get it. We'll
Well,
see.
I'm not so sure that tail light. I saw her car back out and hit that other car.
Yeah.
I saw that other vehicle move when she bumped it. That'll crack a tail light. I mean, I see it with my own eyes. I saw the whole thing happen.
Mhm.
So they haven't convinced me her cracked tail light then later ends up in a yard all over the place was caused because she hit that man.
Can I
They've
put a
yet to
link to
show
one
me
of
anything
those
about it.
videos in the chat? Because Truth says she wants to see it.
I'll have to grab it from Discord and set it up. I don't think it'll. You can. Oh yeah, that's fine for
I
them
mean,
to
just the
grab.
link. Just the
Yeah,
link.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
look at it.
that's
Okay.
fine. Go right ahead. That way, if you guys can go check it out.
That's one of them.
Sinead, I did not know that you were a mod for Catch Lisk. I'm in the Discord. I'm a mod for Joe and Catch Lisk. Wrench was gone, was trying to get his mod status back, but I think added. Okay. I did not realize you were. And I've been thinking about Raoul a lot lately. It's so odd that you mentioned that. I wouldn't mind getting him over here and having a talk with us about some things he's done. Gosh, if you guys are not familiar with Catch Lisk on X, you have to go follow the channel or the Twitter account. If someone can drop his link, that'd be great, to his Twitter. He done some excellent work in the Gilgo Beach, Long Island serial killer, whatever you choose to call it. He's done some great work in that case, like mapping all these victims and just really setting the pace and the standard for how people should follow cases. Yeah, he's a real empath too, and I love that about him. And I love how hard he goes for these victims in this case, because they are truly the forgotten victims. The sex workers didn't matter, and they absolutely mattered. They were someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's mother, right? Who knows what led those girls down the path they took? Who knows what their future would have held? We will never know, because some big ass ugly ogre decided to be a serial killer and stalk these poor women because they were easy targets. So disgusting.
Yep, it is.
It really
He is an ogre, isn't he? Ugh.
Yeah, and if you read his manuals and what all he was doing to those women, would it matter if they were all pretty blonde white women? Would we all be, oh my God, this serial killer was unaliving these perfectly good white women? It doesn't matter to me if they're black, white, yellow, green, sex worker or not.
Right. Yeah.
It's horrible. Rex Heuermann's a strange.
The whole family is.
That's a strange. We did a members only live on with Lisk, and I showed the press conference with Dr. Ricardo and the attorney where they show all the drawings that his daughter was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked that hard into it, and I'm like, oh, okay, something's weird. And I'm not so convinced the wife didn't know at least what was going on. Maybe she wasn't involved, but she knew what was going on. I bet you.
She knew that they were swingers. Shit,
Yeah.
their phone number and stuff was in a bar. Like there was the lady that has an affidavit in the case. She was dating a cop at the time. Her and the cop were at a swingers club. On the back wall, there's like you put your little flyers up. Come here if you want to have a good time for swinging. Guess whose it was? It was Rex Heuermann's.
Oh,
so they go to the house and they take one of the girls with them, because the cop knew her and knew she had a drug addiction problem. But this cop, he was a shady cop. So they go over to Rex Heuermann's house to swing with him and his wife. Wife didn't want no part of it because the girl they brought was black. All in the affidavit. She just left the room, went upstairs. Like, you fucking freak.
We're just on a little break, right? When did
they're
they go to
coming.
break?
I hear noise.
Oh,
Let me
yeah.
pull it. I've been monitoring. And for some reason, I've got it on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm monitoring it for us. But I heard some noise, so I think they're moving in. They're coming back in. It was Karen Regatta. Thank you, Sinead. I thought it was Karen, but I didn't want to misspeak and say it wrong because that would not do her any justice.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Copy
May I
that
approach, please?
affidavit, Sinead. I need to get up with you.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
What?
Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whitman? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whitman. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming...
Mr. Leslie, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
Can Bev not see?
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
They got a good tech guy.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again,
Welcome in,
duration,
Dolphin.
8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, KarenRead. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Wilk, if we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those once last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So, over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object. I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over, please.
What the fuck? Firefly? He did what 2 days ago? I was in the kitchen, glanced over about Joe getting some food. I'm in there getting food, and I'm like, what did this dude just say?
I'm not sure what happened 2 days ago.
He just performed the test 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Where he drove around moving his phone in his hand. That weird-ass test. That was worse than his freezer test.
He's objecting to the results of the test.
I'd object to the whole test. If I was the defense, though, not I don't know what the prosecution just did, but
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know about his damn objections. I'm talking about the line of questioning caught my ear. I'm listening to that. I'm like, what did he just say? He just did it 2 days ago? Yeah, exactly, Sinead. 2 days ago.
John's mother ain't happy.
No, they're like, this is not good. It doesn't look good for the prosecution's case. We're on trial number 2, and 2 days ago you decided to perform a simple drive around test with a phone in your hand to see
Yeah, I
how
don't get it.
it acts. When you testified about that shit yesterday, or whenever it was he testified last.
Who's yesterday?
No. Yeah, almost, Joe. You damn straight. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm going to get my food. They make me hangry.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work, yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA, S-H-A 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alphanumeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay,
that-
apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
They tampered with the phones. Oh, yeah.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer, but yes.
So it's Insights is a
It's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially
attorney
the
is
same
totally
tool. So
prepared.
this Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 22740 AM timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 22740 AM or later at 6:23 or so AM. There's other companies and tools that can be used
Yes,
for that, correct?
often.
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of
They're a lot
today,
sooner than that, Joe.
no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer
Dropped on off
today
at 12:30.
shows that 22740 AM timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 22740 AM timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program,
Testimony
that
said it
second
was after
tool,
midnight, Joe.
Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 22740 AM, but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
No,
I don't believe so.
no, you didn't.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Oh,
Exactly. You changed
Oh.
it since then.
Yes.
dang.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool
That wasn't recent.
before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were
No.
testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we release the software, which
Explain
resulted
it,
in
'cause
one being released several
we're
weeks
smart.
later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 22740 AM, correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
You mentioned...
Could I see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute,
We
please?
should have known. We knew it was coming. Sidebar.
Why do we need to see us? Why do we need to have a sidebar when we just heard testimony that Celebrite removed a record?
Exactly.
the
She doesn't want them to
from the
have
data.
information that tells the truth.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Well, maybe she's about to say, "What the fuck, dudes?" I don't know.
I just said that. I
I'm not
just
letting
said that.
Bev work me up until where I need blood pressure medicine. I'm just not letting her have that kind of power over me. It's the KarenRead trial. I feel bad for KarenRead if old girl's innocent. That judge, I'm not letting. The Judge Gold took up too much headspace. I'm not letting another one do that.
But even if she's guilty, she deserves a fair trial. And Celebrite removing records is an issue, people.
No shit. And that's why the defense just brought that out. Thankfully. If they didn't find a way to get that information and lean into it, we would, if she had shitty attorneys, she wouldn't be sitting here now with all this overwhelming evidence that's coming out. We saw how a debacle that so far this cell phones guy's whole entire testimony has been, under cross-exam by the defense. So all the mistakes they made and all the backroom talks they had, it'll all come to the light eventually. You just got to wait a little bit sometimes. Some places longer than others.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, oh, Judge Bev, she's whatever, that lady.
Come on, Alessi, bring it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today,
hey, girl, welcome in.
The Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
Wow. The issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding.
Damaging.
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the code.
I didn't ask if it, I just asked whether they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can do that.
But they still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done.
I'll pause more to
And
hear
that
you say that you fucked
2:27:40
things up,
a.m.
dude.
timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So
Opinions are like assholes.
also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well,
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm
Additional
asking
evidence?
whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Damn, your shit's junk then.
Well, and shit disappeared
Sir,
after he did his
does
analysis.
your work
Conspiracy
include
theorist in Idaho may not be a
shaping,
conspiracy theorist after all.
how examiners will
saying.
see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So
What?
the answer
We
is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
You shape the data. That's
That's
freaking huge.
game
That's
over.
oh my gosh.
Time to
On the
deliberate.
jury, I'm like, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's way beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's way beyond. Okay.
Shape the data.
Various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer,
That was not the good-
Magnet
good phrasing.
Forensics Axiom. These are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
Not 100% accuracy that may impress the jury in one form or another. We actually heard that in Lori Valadabel's case
Your Honor,
also.
to switch topics, please.
Yes.
The report that was presented. It does look very uncomfortable.
Before I do
Like,
switch
very.
topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is "House long to die in the cold," correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, "House long to die in the cold" at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Seriously, lady.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 22740 AM timestamp, have you looked at any
I got you, Dolphin. You should be up now.
forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 AM timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 AM timestamp still appears?
I didn't, no.
You did not?
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26?
Smirking is not a good look, dude, for an expert.
Mr. Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as
I
you
can-
sit
Then
here,
how do you know
the
if you
phone
climbed stairs or went up a hill in a car?
does an iPhone
Following
merely
you,
register
attorney.
movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Where are we going, Alessi? Come on, bring us there. He's got something coming
I
up.
already know where he's going because I remember this guy's testimony already. He's about to perjure his ass. Not perjure him, but
Topics, Your Honor?
trip up his
At the
data.
moment.
Big time.
Impeach.
He claims John was in certain, well,
You can take that. Okay, thank you.
he claimed a certain thing yesterday. This guy's about to show that didn't happen.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone,
Oh, here we go. Jen McCabe's phone. Here we go.
you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record,
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Good Lord.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct?
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
He just got told to watch his tone.
Counsel showed
That
you
fucking
some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach your Honor?
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, Dolphin, you'll have to go back later and review this guy's whole entire.
Oh, I definitely will.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there, girl, and it had me thinking about other cases we're following as well. But this, yeah, it's good stuff. I found the most intriguing parts: the steps from the flagpole to the front door of the home, and the steps at the 36 steps that John took equals the 84 feet. All that you have to go back and review. We'll discuss during lunch. They should. Normally, when she does this stuff, she'll come back in a minute and say, well, okay, we're going to go ahead and go to lunch.
Because she needs her wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guarantee we'll go to lunch.
Yeah, she's real good about going to sidebar and then coming back and saying, we're going to go ahead and just take lunch now. I'm like, okay, Bev, do you. Do you, boo. We can't control it.
Yeah, this is interesting. And I've been in his position before, especially for like, a legal case. At work, what was it? WCW wrestlers were trying to sue the company, saying that they weren't getting paid fairly, and everything. And I had to pull a whole bunch of data and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, you don't touch it,
Yeah.
You just gather it and pass it along.
Exactly. That's what I said about his reports and his analysis and opinions and all that. And what they were saying earlier in the when the defense was questioning him about how they were omitting certain things in their presentation and all the things that they talked about during this line of questioning here, he just got up there and tried to say, did I ever try to cherry pick stuff from you or whatever? Y'all heard the phrasing, but he didn't land it. He didn't show me that, you and this guy changed shit or whatever. This guy turned over a lot of stuff in his report that then the prosecution decided to pick and choose what they wanted, of course, that fit their narrative, right? And they omitted stuff. But all that's coming out because it was in the dude's report. That's why Ann Taylor wants all those reports in Idaho. Remember that, people. She's not that damn old. She don't look it.
Yeah, she just knows. She does
report
look.
with you, Mr. Whiffen?
Yeah.
Kind of like in her 60s at least. Mid to late. She's got that
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery.
bottle blonde.
When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Sustained as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Judge, Your Honor, will you approach, please?
okay.
Oh, damn, he took away his slide.
Yeah, I've been screenshotting the ones they do put up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't really seem that hot for a cell phone battery.
No, girl, you got to go back and re-listen to all the other testimony about that battery and how this guy tested it, and the temperature drop stuff, and how in a lot of investigations, phone battery temp is actually used to help determine locations of things. Yeah, it's some very interesting testimony to go back over for sure. A lot of discrepancies there.
He drew some interesting conclusions, and then he didn't draw some interesting conclusions. So first of all, he just did 2 experiments. He put it in a freezer, which we know a freezer is usually about 0 degrees. And then he put it outside at 33 degrees, and we know the temperature outside that day was 16 to 17. So He's not even replicating the conditions at the time.
I'm going to ask.
Oh, he's back.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch.
Oh, it's so hard, Hank. It's so
In
hard
your
to get
PowerPoint
going.
presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Stained his to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that he was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just to
please.
recall.
I'm looking back at my notes on the times too, sir. I know where a message is about to come into play.
What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
12:31:47. iMessage from Jim McCabe came through.
Yes, around 12:31:56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
Seconds.
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Sustained is to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53,
11 degrees.
that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
72 minus 11. You'll have your answer.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
Thank you.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
Joe,
And at
just allowing
1:36
it.
a.m. that morning.
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
Exactly,
didn't know.
Dalton.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process
That's
No,
not,
no, 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 no. Speculation. Objection,
decreasing
speculation.
as compared to just simply putting a
Objection,
phone
speculation.
in a
No.
freezer?
Okay, we got it.
Sustained.
She's like sustained.
Bev
Exactly.
When you put the
sustained
phone
my
in the freezer,
objection.
Did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
They haven't proved that to me yet, truth. And I'm listening hard to all of it. They've kind of proved the opposite, maybe.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
You may have heard.
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06.
Come on, Hank. Get it right.
6:14. Is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
No, that phone was being trapped.
Do you know if that
it's under a
phone
body next to on the
at
cold ground? Use
6:15:01
common sense. It's fucking cold.
was then placed in a warmer environment, like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if
Get
you
off
look
it.
at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Is the jury going to grow to hate this guy, Hank, like I am? Like, I had no opinion of him to start.
There
but
is, that is,
he's grown on me.
432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now, at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the
What?
phone at
Who
6:15:14
picked it up
is again
first?
moving.
Correct.
What's her name? Carrie?
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
That's not
I
a
asked you if it
thing.
was consistent
Yes.
with
That's
being
not
where
a
the flagpole
thing.
the entire night.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
I'm gonna have to start doing shots.
It's
Keep
difficult to
saying
say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the.
He didn't say high degree. He said
sporadic nature of the
reasonable
records
degree.
that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data?
Okay, Brian Koberger with your technical shit.
That phone being at the flagpole area from midnight
You guys
until
crack me up.
6:15 the next morning.
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't, no.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Thank you. Yeah.
Did you rely
There you go,
just
Joe.
on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
All right, Rachel.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
No.
It was based on the
No,
the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Dolphin may be the only person in the room that's with me on
yes,
this.
it did.
There's a difference between reasonable degree
You shared
and
that
high
you can't
degree.
tell the
Well, I get the
direction or
difference,
distance
dude,
of
but
steps.
I mean, what am I going to do about it?
If, no, please.
I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm just used to it, I
That
guess.
phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house.
Yeah, Dolphin.
Wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
Exhibit 42. If you, it's a. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's
Thank you.
better, thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Now,
Bev. That's the best decision
There
I've
was
heard.
not a
at all.
call. Well, let me ask you, the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From KarenRead.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
Yeah, right, Dolphin?
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is to fall.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna get an education.
This is bullshit.
Girl, the rest of it, all the
Yes,
when they bring up the axiom and stuff in the beginning, all of this, the phone temperature stuff, they go through all of that with this guy. It is insane.
But yeah, his side project, this tool that he's been working on for about 5 or 6 years, something he's created. That's what he was also using to help validate this.
Has that been peer reviewed?
Hell no!
Well then, screw that. Sorry.
Does that sound familiar?
That's why I said it's his side project. Oh my God.
Yeah, and you know, we got to get that endorsed and show that it's accurate and stuff, right? Show my work in court so I can get called on later. Like
all this just to say that Jennifer McCabe did not make that Google search at 2:27. Bullshit. Yes, she did. She was well aware of what was going on.
Proven to me that search wasn't conducted at 2:36. Now there may have been some phone tampering, but who did it? I don't know. They didn't prove to me that Jen McCabe was tampering with the phone.
I don't know that she was tampering with it. She made the Google search at 2:27.
Oh, I understand that. I completely get that. But the defense clearly said a little while ago about phone tampering. What they were just this whole. I know that's what this whole line of questioning was just about.
He's already disgraced and like former detective Proctor. So like, yeah.
I'm talking about the examiner himself and the Celebrite that they were using to remove that timestamp. That's where the tampering came into play, not by Jen herself. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are far ahead of me, and you know things I don't know yet. So I'm figuring it out as I move through it. It's got to make sense to me, or I'll promise I'll put this case down the night and I will never pick it back up again. So I'm just trying to make sense of it all, and that's what I'm getting right now. Is the phone may have been tampered with, but not by Jen directly, but through the manipulation of what the state is trying to feed us. You know what I mean? Their narrative. But you don't go removing a timestamp because it's causing confusion. We are not that stupid. If you're about to take out a 5-minute display and teach us something, you could have done that to begin with, instead of taking out this and putting in that because it might have been too confusing. Well, all this is confusing.
Yeah. Hey, Dolphin, I know you don't have an iPhone, but have you ever had an iPhone? Do you know anything about iPhone?
Oh no, I have had iPhones. That's what I started with. Well,
So,
I didn't start with. I've had iPhones. I still have them. iPhones, iPads. Yeah.
Well, this Mary is trying to say that the Google search that she made at 2:27 was done on a browser that was already open, and that's why it's got that timestamp from that time.
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
Exactly.
I know, but that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Either bad.
I mean, is she going to lunch?
Probably.
chairs, thank you.
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah. Best part.
Yeah, I mean, I can walk off right now, come back 12 hours later, leave my browser up, and, the minute I put in a search and hit enter, that's when that timestamp is
But
created.
And this,
then
Doesn't
he
matter that the browser
contradicted
was already
himself.
open.
He
mm,
contradicted himself because later in his testimony he said if you go back into that browser and do a search, it's going to re-stamp it with that time. Well, that's not what you just said. I mean, so
That dude standing there,
yeah,
sitting there on the stand said that?
yeah,
yes,
he testified two different
Oh,
things.
no,
He said,
I
no,
know
no.
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. He will say it.
he's
No,
already,
he's lying.
he,
No.
he
Mm-mm.
admitted it pretty much on the stand.
And
He's like
now he's
testified to one
said
thing.
that
Yeah.
other people have gone back and rechecked
He
his
knows
work, and
better.
that's why they deleted the search at 227 because he's like, oh no, that's confusing everybody. Yeah,
Yeah, who?
It didn't confuse me.
I mean, it's fact,
I
like,
know.
Well, that was
it,
like him taking the other three circles off his map he presented in the first part of his testimony.
mhm.
The first when he first came on, not today, it was yesterday, the day before when he was up, and he had said, I left circles off the maps so it wouldn't bring confusion. But then when they displayed the map today, it's like, dude, that wouldn't have been confusing at all.
It
So
Mhm.
stop,
showed he
stop
could have been.
insulting our intelligence. I'm so over that shit.
Yeah.
Mm,
Really am.
wow.
This guy's done said a couple of things. The defense has done a really good job in poking holes, and it's stuff that come out of his own report, right?
Mhm.
Stuff he reported, but the prosecution didn't feel was relevant. Da da da. But the defense found very relevant, which luckily they did because they were able to bring that out.
Right.
So he's already said he's testified to one thing already, and then when the defense is up, they're like poking holes all in what his testimony was. It's crazy because he's absolutely saying one thing and then he's having to turn around and backtrack under defense cross.
I'm also trying to figure out why he asked somebody overseas about this stuff.
He's from overseas. Okay, so he
Well, I got
originated.
that, but
Yeah,
yeah, I'm just
I
kind of
don't know.
like,
That's all I can think of is the connection between that. Similar type cases. It sounded to me like it was a similar type of case, and they
mhm,
were just using each other to bounce shit off of. It's what it
mhm.
sounded like to me, as far as that goes. I don't know the gist of that, but yeah, that's what that felt like. I was reading back. I'm sorry, I was checking up with chat real quick. Exactly, Rachel. He turned everything over in a report. That's where the defense is getting their information from, right? Bad prosecution for picking and choosing what comes out of that report. Kind of like we're going to see a total fiasco with cell phone data in the Coburger case. I already know it's coming. Not for a long time.
Oh, dang, her food has run out.
Dogs.
Yeah, the auto feeder, I heard it trying to go,
Yeah.
and then I saw the message. The
Oh
notification
damn.
popped up on my computer.
Pipsqueak's like, I'm not having this, Mama. My shit's empty.
She
Okay,
actually
so
is just stretching. She's in her bed behind me. She didn't even get up.
so she doesn't have like a really intense Pavlovian response to that.
Sometimes she does, and sometimes she doesn't. It just depends.
Yeah, she's like my dog. She's free feed our dog. I free feed our dog. My son doesn't like it, but he doesn't get the concept. Sometimes she's hungry and sometimes she's not. Meaning, I put down a scoop and she go eat it when she want it in the mornings, and she gets her dinner. I think an automatic feeder might spook this big ass dog. She would jump like, what is that noise?
Yeah, I'm trying to get her to lose weight. That's why I switched to the
Yeah,
automatic feeder.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
I do it.
Oh man, yeah. I hate that I missed it. So I think I came in about an hour ago. I don't know.
Yeah, because you went by the
Yes, I
time you
missed about
did.
3 hours. Did
Yeah,
she
you
start on time?
she did. So going back to
Mm.
8 a.m. Central here, 9 a.m. your time. They
Mhm.
did start on time. So they, the defense, the defense put on a beautiful
Unless he rocked it.
What do
Like
you want to
unless he
call
really rocked it. Yeah.
he had a really it was the way he questioned the guy
Yeah,
too,
he's
right? Was very respectful,
calm,
very
he's
intellectual.
respectful, no snark.
He didn't lose his temper. Like yesterday during the hearing, we saw the prosecution absolutely lose his temper with the witness, right? And just
Hmm.
go at him. This guy, the defense attorney, didn't do any of that with this witness. Didn't treat him like a hostile witness or anything like that. Just answer my questions, clear and concise. Yeah, well, see, Celebrite works with a lot of prosecutions across the board. I mean, there's a couple of things this guy said that let me know that I know he turned over everything in the reports because the defense said so. So I'm not, the guy might be doing shitty work, but at the same time, is he going to put his entire company's reputation on the line? Not just him. He's not the owner of Celebrite. He's one of a bunch of cell phone guys that work at Celebrite. Is he prepared to lose all of it to manipulate evidence in the KarenRead case? I don't know. Is he? Somebody got that much money in their pocket to pay this dude? Because I think that alcohol bill's pretty hefty over there. Okay. So I don't know how long. They've been taking, about an hour lunch? About an hour a day.
Don't ask Boreski. Don't ask Boreski because it's 90 minutes like every day.
Well, I know that, but we're not.
It's 1 hour.
Joe, you need to live in the future with the rest of us.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
What was he
I
talking
know.
about?
Boreski was the judge, and Lori Vallow-Daybell. Like, get started at 10:30 in the morning, take a lunch break at noon, come back at 1:30, take an afternoon break at 3, and be done by 4:30. Like, come on, you're doing like 5 hours worth of work a day.
Yep. I mean, we
paid.
sat through it. I sat through it here in the comfy of my chair, but it was still rough sometimes. Like, hurry up, I got to go make dinner and shit. Like, I am a mother. I mean, I have a home to run. Can't just sit here 24/7 on the internet. I could, but I don't. I do get up and take care of my shit.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it was like, come on, man, Lori Vallow's shit starting late in the day. What's up with all this? I got things to do.
Honestly, I think that trial would have lasted like a week and a half if he had gone like full days. Like just from day one, go 5 days a week, go 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We would have been done in a week and a half.
I can tell people who have watched a lot of trials and people who have only seen a few. Let me just leave it at that. Because y'all are in for a wild fucking ride. You're going to see all kinds of theatrics in courtrooms you're not prepared to see, and they're going to floor you, and you're going to go, they can do that in court? Hell yeah. There's a lot they can get away with and a lot they can't. All depends on your judge and how much theatrics they're willing to put up with in their courtroom. And don't think both sides aren't capable of bringing the theatrics, because I promise you, we're not going to sit here and defend every defendant. I'm not. If people are here on this channel because they assume, y'all should know that by watching my Koberger coverage. You know what I'm saying? I don't across the board come out with, all prosecutors are bad and cops suck and this defendant is innocent. No, I'm not your girl. I can't with that shit.
Every case is different.
Every case is different, right? They're going to be different. So I might trust what Celebrite tells me tomorrow in the next case. I don't know. But I've always known prior to Brian Koberger, contrary to popular belief, they're only going to get within a few meters or feet of an accuracy location anyway. Anybody who's watched trials since the invention of cell phones and put them in a case would know that. If they've ever watched a court proceeding that involved a cell phone, right? Like I told y'all yesterday, the very first case I ever watched here in Florida that involved a woman's cell phone who unalived her child in the woods. They could only get her down to a 10-mile radius of that spot. That the jury bought it hook, line, and sinker. It was a hard sell because it was new stuff. And I've been watching it since then. Are they ever going to be able to hone in and get better at that accuracy? They are, but they're not there yet.
Oh, I mean, the GPS data on the phone itself is there, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this case I'm talking about, though, was 20 years ago, Dolphin.
Oh, yeah.
Over time, the way things have evolved, right? So I'm talking about when they first began to. I didn't mean to do that. When they
I
first began.
know, and everybody keeps, when they were talking about, cell tower and pings or whatever, when they first started saying that for Idaho, everybody's thinking
Oh,
about that 20 something years ago,
exactly.
definition. And I'm like,
Right.
oh no, get,
It's gotten way
you
better.
okay?
Hmm. Is
Sorry,
that
the dog
was that
just yelped.
Pipsqueak?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what she's doing.
she's like, I like probably like my dog. I told my son this morning, I was like, this dog. I was listening to something true crime, and my dog stuck her head in my door, like, and turned her head, like, did I just hear that? And I looked at her and I started laughing. I'm like, my true crime dog knows all the fucking cases, and there she is sticking her head like, did he just say that? I'm like, I can only imagine Pipsqueak doing that.
Yeah, well, she gets an earful.
Sure she does. If you're like me, you start talking out loud and your animals are looking at you like, who are you talking to? You're literally
Hmm.
the only human in the room. So, in a minute, guys, we'll watch a little bit of that microdots. One thing I wanted to show you guys yesterday, but real quick, like before we do that, this is a piece that Dolphin sent me this morning, and I had just not long right before she sent it to me reviewed it with my coffee this morning early, and some interesting,
What did I
more
say?
interesting things. Dolphin, I want to ask you a question about
Hmm.
this clip of Steve Gonzalez on News Nation.
Oh, that. Yeah, it was
Yeah. So I
super
tell
early this
I gave
morning. Hmm.
well, I Firefly got a one up today on this case here. And I think I owe her another one
Hmm.
because after reviewing this, if you even thought about it, knowing you probably did,
Hmm.
has your opinion changed, or are you revisiting where Kaylee may have been all night?
I still can't listen to him. You know what? So it was
Oh,
really, really late at night,
oh,
or super early in the morning when I watched that. So I'll listen to it again, um, because I saw what you wrote, but I was like, okay, I haven't gone back to listen to it again. I don't
oh.
know. You know what I mean? Steve, he's not
Take
somebody
it with
that
a
you
grain of
can,
salt.
take like, literally
Oh, I
100% of
know.
the time.
Yeah.
If he says something, just because he's the father of a victim doesn't mean that everything that he says is 100% fact,
Well, we already know it's not. We
Yeah,
at
so
the back of the
to
door with
answer your question,
no.
the first time that I heard, whatever it was that he said, everything that he said, I should say, I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to go back
So
and
what
listen to
I'm
that
wondering
again.
now is I'm not really so much focused on because I know Steve Gonzalez and Christie as good as anybody else does. I've watched
Hmm.
thousands of hours of interviews with these people. So I
Hmm.
totally get entertainment purposes, people. What I'm wondering now, though, going over some of this cell phone evidence and what I reviewed in the Delphi case, do they know how? Because I always said, how do they know Kaylee was in that bed all night? Would her cell phone have told them? Did she have Apple Health, taking steps and all the things? Is that how they honed in on the determination she was literally in the bed at the time of the attack? That's all I was wondering about. But I am going to play this, guys. If y'all don't want to listen to Steve or Daniel or anybody else, goodbye. I honestly, take it with a grain of salt. Like I said, I don't mind listening to the father of a victim out of any case. I'm just going to be straight up honest. After what I've seen
Oh,
in Delphi, and I just got to
hmm.
get this out of my system because I'm not being ugly. Everybody has their right to their opinion. But if you simply cannot listen to the man, I suggest y'all mute because I'm going to play it. Take it with a grain of salt. It is what it is. And no, I don't buy everything this man tells me 1,000%. I don't buy
Hmm.
anything anybody tells me for 1,000%.
I was just going to say before you play it too, just
Uh-huh.
also keep in mind, like, whatever thought you have in your head from, watching it the first time, also keep
Hmm.
in mind that
Yeah.
Steve also said that, oh, that door, when you open Maddie's door and come in the
Hmm.
room, you're trapped.
Yeah.
Because remember, they also said that.
Yep.
So I'm like,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm Z's. If you're talking about a creator named that, I don't do creator stuff in here, and I don't have a problem with the father of a victim. It is what it is. But like I said, people are smart. I'm going to assume we all have a brain and we can understand to take this as for what it's worth. But he says some very interesting things. And I'll be honest with you, if this was my daughter, I'd be so pissed off at the world right now. Nobody could stand to be around me. Let me just reiterate that. I promise you from experience, nobody would want to be around me for a very long time. take your opinions and shove them straight up your arse.
Learning every detail and filling in every blank about a gripping true crime case. But sometimes in this process, our hearts just get broken all over again each time we learn something new. And so it is with the University of Idaho murders. Since the case moved to Boise with a different judge, we've seen a blizzard of unsealed, unredacted court filings and a regular supply of details and disclosures, even some bombshells. And tonight, two absolutely stunning revelations about the surviving housemates texting and talking in the wee hours of November 13th, 2022. Also, a rare peek into some grand jury testimony, something we don't often get to see. We knew that Dylan Mortensen, a surviving roommate, had texted an Uber driver just after 2 o'clock in the morning. That's about 2 happened.
Okay,
But
Z's,
now we know
hold on.
that
First of all, Z's, honey, that comment wasn't just directed at you. It was for everybody in the back shadow watching me. 2, not many are interested in Karen Read, turns out. There, many of them are over there in those giant, court TV channels running their mouths to each other and can barely be seen nor heard. So I'm not directing that at just you, but you don't want to watch it, honey. I didn't ask you to come watch it. I'm just saying you can turn it off.
And 3 of her roommates, Bethany, Kaylee, and Maddie, all of whom had just arrived home from a night out, had actually contemplated going out again. The court document reads, and I quote, "At approximately 2 a.m., they met up in Kaylee's bedroom and talked for a while before going to bed. The 5th roommate, Xana Kernodle, who was out with her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, was not home yet. The roommates debated going out to the food truck for late night snack.
I mean your opinions on the parents or other creators. I'm not going to say it again, Z's. I really don't care if you come back or not at this point, because now you're kind of irritating me. You may take me the wrong way sometimes, even when I'm joking, because I am a hard ass and I own my shit. Can't stand when others won't. Ask my kids. It's like a pet peeve of mine. I am the absolute owner of my own shit. But you don't come, if you got a comment, honey, that's fine. But don't tell me I don't want to hear the father or other creators. Okay, don't listen to them.
Prompting Dylan to send a text at 2:10 a.m. to an Uber driver she knew to see if he was driving.
Hey, Andy.
Ultimately, however, the girls decided to just go to bed. Man, that brings to mind a lot of what ifs, doesn't it? What if they'd gone back out? What if they just decided, let's go, let's do it. It's 2 a.m., let's go get more food. Might that have changed the course of history on that horrifying night? Of course, there is a good chance if they'd popped back out to that food trunk that they still would have been home before the knife-wielding intruder, allegedly Brian Koberger, broke in and killed Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. But we will never know. And that brings me to the second revelation. We knew about Dylan and Bethany's frantic text messaging between 4:22 a.m. and 4:26 a.m. when Dylan tells Bethany that nobody will answer their phones and that she's afraid because she saw someone in a ski mask. And we knew that Dylan then ran down to Bethany's room on the ground floor of the 3-level house. But the court documents now reveal a brand new fact that we never knew. And it is something horrifying. Again, quoting Dylan. Dylan again tried calling Kaylee and Xana, but neither responded. Dylan then exited her room and began running towards Bethany's bedroom. On her way, she noticed Xana lying on the floor of her bedroom with her head towards the wall and her feet towards the door. Dylan thought Xana was drunk. Once Dylan arrived downstairs at Bethany's room, they locked the door and both made additional unanswered calls to the other roommates. Hours passed, and at 11:50 a.m. the next morning, 6 minutes before the 911 call that you have heard on this program, Dylan called her friends Emily Allant and Hunter Johnson because she was too afraid to go upstairs by herself. And the court filing reads, Emily and Hunter met Dylan and Bethany at the bottom floor of the house. Together, Dylan, Bethany, and Hunter started to walk up the stairs to the second floor. When they reached the second floor, Hunter went to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Now, this next part is from Dylan's grand jury testimony. When Hunter came back out, Dylan said, quote, she saw Xana again for a split second, and this is Dylan talking, and just started bawling because she thought she...
Joe, I done told you I'm left-handed and wore my watch on my left hand, arm, wrist, whatever. Maybe it's a male-female thing. What are you getting at? What's that got to do with this? Did I miss something? I don't know.
She had just like, I don't even know. I thought maybe she was still just drunk and all asleep on the floor. Bethany also saw Xana lying on the floor. Hunter told Dylan and Bethany to, quote, get out. Emily, who had started up the stairs, also turned around after Hunter instructed her not to come any further. They both went outside shortly afterwards, and Hunter exited the house and then told them to call 911. He was pale, white, and mentioned something about someone being unconscious. You can hear a lot of that, you can hear.
So, Dolphin, going back to the healthcare data or the Apple device for Kaylee, isn't there some warrants? I mean, we haven't visited the warrants in so long, but there's a bunch of Apple warrants. I don't recall.
Yeah, but those were for the iPhones, but it would also include things like the health tracking information.
Right.
And she did have an Apple Watch. I never saw her wearing it though, in any photos, but that would sync into the same databases. So
yeah. Joe, are you talking about Charles? It's critical depending if he's swinging that bat left-handed. I know what you're saying, but you got two left-handers in here. There's three of us in here that I can see, and two of us wear our watch on our left arm. You're the odd man out. Not me, her, and Charles. You. Damn it, Joe.
Hear a lot of it on the 911 call. We just envisioned that the banging and the calling out, Xana, Ethan, was at the bedroom door, but it may not have been. It may have been down the hall and around the corner at the stairs. This is where I'm going to stop and bring in Steve Gonzalez. Steve is Kaylee Gonzalez's father. He's been a regular guest on the program. Steve, these were details that I found astounding. They seemed to put into place more details of a very confusing picture of what happened that night. And I often stop and I think about you and the other parents, and whether you get a heads up that this stuff is coming, whether you have someone who sits down with you and goes through it and helps you to sort through.
I had to turn it back down for a second.
I was wondering. I was like, is Banfield high or something?
I sped her up a little bit because she was just blabbing about stuff we already knew. It just takes her a minute to get there finally. But now all of a sudden my shit don't want to act right. Okay, here we go.
We normally get an email beforehand. We work back and forth. I don't think either party really had an understanding of how to really construct something where you can share information, but not too much information. But the communication's gotten a lot better. I've really grew to like these guys. I mean, I really care about that those people and all the work that they've done. So I think they've always tried to work towards communication, but I'm sure they're very busy, and it's not easy to always remember to keep us in the loop.
It was a surprise to me, Steve, to hear this detail that Bethany got a glimpse down the hall of what now appears to be Xana's open bedroom door, and Xana lying inside that bedroom door, and ran downstairs to Bethany's room. And then at one point, Bethany also saw that same image. But it's sort of just, it's flummoxing to think that they called friends, they called 911 before anybody sort of went to investigate what was happening in that bedroom with the door now open. We always assumed that it was closed and they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, that's definitely a puzzling part of it. But I always assume, you have somebody who's scared, girl, slightly, intoxicated. My own daughter, when my son was playing a prank on her, acting like he was being attacked, him and his mom, Kaylee ran upstairs and hid under the bed and called me at work. So when people are scared and they're they're young. They don't think the same way as a grown adult does. And I think they were just thinking that something bad had happened, but they didn't want to believe it. They weren't really prepared to mentally like accept what was happening. And I totally understand that, because it's not something that we're used to in Idaho. It's not something that is common. It's not even, it's just unheard of. So I chalk it up to that. And I know that there's a lot of forensic, and there's a lot, these girls had their phones on. I already said way back in the day that you could tell when they went up the stairs and downstairs. This is all laid out. Every step has been retraced. So
Who called who, Firefly? Oh, I don't know what you're
Sorry,
talking
sorry, I was me. Well, he said, oh, even Kaylee, when her brother was playing a prank on her, she went under the bed and called him. I was just saying,
Yeah.
she called somebody.
I understand, and I get what I know. Everybody, look. I can't explain what these two girls were doing all night, but I know this man's had a lot of time to sit and think about it on his back porch by himself, lost in thought. Because don't think I wouldn't be. So I'm just gonna have to I digress on the two roommates, because it's gonna get nasty eventually, and I just until somebody brings me proof there was a cleanup and these girls were involved, I gotta give them what they were: drunk, stupid, and naive.
Emphasis on stupid. But do me a favor, when you get ready to replay this, back that up just a few seconds, because he
Okay.
was just starting to talk about phones tracking, the phones track steps and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go back to right here. Okay.
this is all laid out. Every step has been retraced. So
All right. Hang on. Sorry. Why does it want to do that now? Come on, clear up. Oh. Let me take it down and bring it back up. I have to do that sometimes. I don't know why it will do that, but it will. And I'll put it back right where he was starting it, and I'll mute out while he's saying all that.
Okay, because he was
interesting.
just saying
Yeah.
something interesting there.
Yeah. Oops. Okay, let me get it back to where we need it. Okay. Hold on.
grew to like these guys. I mean, I really care about that those people and all the work that they've done. So I think they've always tried to work towards communication, but I'm sure they're very busy, and it's not easy to always remember to keep us in the loop.
It was a surprise to me, Steve, to hear this detail that Bethany got a glimpse down the hall of what now appears to be Xana's
Did I go back
open
far enough,
bedroom
Dolphin?
door.
I think so, because she's.
I think I did.
Yeah.
And Xana lying inside that bedroom door, and ran downstairs to Bethany's room. And then at one point, Bethany also saw that same image. But it's sort of just, it's flummoxing to think that they called friends, they called 911 before anybody sort of went to investigate what was happening in that bedroom with the door now open. We always assumed that it was closed and they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, that's definitely a puzzling part of it. But I always assume you have somebody who's scared, girl, intoxicated. My own daughter, when my son was playing a prank on her, acting like he was being attacked, him and his mom, Kaylee ran upstairs and hid under the bed and called me at work. So when people are scared, they're young. They don't think the same way as a grown adult does, and I think they were just thinking that something bad had happened, but they didn't want to believe it. They didn't they weren't really prepared to mentally like accept what was happening, and I totally understand that, because it's not something that we're used to in Idaho. It's not something that is common. It's not even. It's just unheard of. So I chalk it up to that, and I know that there's a lot of forensic, and there's a lot. These girls had their phones on. I already said way back in the day that you could tell when they went up the stairs and downstairs. This is all laid out. Every step has been retraced. So it didn't make a difference in the bigger picture. And I've always said that there could be blessings for late calls as well too.
Yeah. It's also just so jarring to get the detail that the girls were all together up in your daughter's room, chatting about, let's all go out again, 2 o'clock in the morning, let's go back to the food truck. And I'm not sure if you heard how I laid it out at the top of the show, but all I can think of is the what ifs, if they had actually decided to go. And I'm wondering how you're processing that information.
I knew a little bit of the details about that. I don't even talk about some of it just because I don't want to hurt some of the people, that are involved in this. If, certain people would have got picked up phones, all those type of things, those are what ifs. But I think what it really goes to your audience is these girls were best friends. And even the last moments of my daughter and Maddie's, they were surrounded with friends, and they were in their beds. So just keep that in mind, because there's going to be probably some people are going to try to drag these surviving people through the mud. And up to their very last moments, they were hanging out with these, the people who passed away, planning on doing something fun. And my daughter came down there to hang out with one of those girls, and that's the reality of it. That's the truth of it, not some of the speculation that you're going to eventually hear about.
Yeah, and shame on those who have cast aspersions on these 2 surviving roommates who have been to hell and back. They're still there. They're not back. And how anyone could set upon them with ridiculous conspiracy theories is beyond the pale. There was something that you mentioned, I think a couple of days ago in an interview that sort of stood out to me. And that was that I think you had a chance to speak with the coroner and got a detail about one of the injuries that your daughter suffered at the hands of this killer. I think it was a punch to the face. Can you tell me what it is that you learned?
I don't go into all the details on it because I want the court to bring it out. I want them to do it. But yes, I feel 2.5 years. The defense has a strategy to have everybody forget, and I'm here to make sure they don't forget. So when I do have to let stuff out, it's because I don't want people to forget that we have a monster. And yes, one of the girls was a little more intoxicated. He was able to go after that. Maddie May first, and my daughter woke up, and he struck her multiple times and broke her nose. And
Do y'all think these parents didn't get official death reports on their children from the coroner's office and all the things like I did, explaining in detail what happened to your child? I know Mabbit ran her mouth to Kaylee's little sister,
Yeah,
Amaya.
the phone call.
The phone call.
And they
Bullshit.
talked to her on the phone too, the
Yeah,
parents.
and they shouldn't have done that. But all that aside, this man has the actual report of everything that happened to his daughter in detail. So when that gets talked about in a minute, let's go after the defendant as hard. It ain't gonna work now.
yeah, and there's a little bit more details to that, but I leave that to them in case that's something pertinent for them to know and to let them release it. But I'm not going to let anyone forget about what this monster did, and I'll leave it at that.
But they were able to give you that detail that that the killer killed Maddie first and then went after Kaylee second?
Correct.
Wow.
I think there's a lot of forensics that we're going to learn in this trial. I hope you're going to be okay, you and Christy and the family, when it comes
I don't
time
even know if anybody cares,
for those
Ashley.
testimony days. The last thing I wanted to ask you about, Steve, is that you've learned that Brian Koberger called out from work the day after these murders. What do
Brian
you know
Talley.
about that, and
Bring it
how
on,
did you hear
bitches.
this?
There's a thing called a Brian tally I've heard about. I've spoken because I was vocal, because I came out. Some people reached out to me. This individual was an employee of WSU. And from there, I learned of some details. So, yeah, there was an investigation, an HR type investigation. And I don't know all the details about it, but I do know these girls felt very creeped out. They talked to people in power and they said, document it. And they started documenting it. And that's how we know that one of the days, the day after he took that photo where he was acting like he's, super confident, got away with murder. He doesn't look sick to me at all. You guys can look at, your audience can go look at it themselves. And I heard that's the only time he ever called in sick as well.
That's unbelievable detail. Steve, I always am very appreciative that you take the time to speak with us. I'm glad you keep your daughter's memory alive and the story alive as well. It's important that nobody forget what happened. Thank you again for this.
Okay, so that's Goncalves. Is that Goncalves or Gonsalves?
Gonzalez.
So the C is a soft C, Gonsalves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is anything else? Right. Bust these girls' faces up, and they got a Brian Talley running around over there. But are we gonna talk about the roommates all day, or are we gonna talk about what Brian Koberger was out there possibly doing? I'm just teasing y'all. I've had enough after what I've seen this weekend. It's like I can't believe the level. It's like I don't know if we're. I get everybody's frustration with these fucking roommates. My God, do I get it? I'm a mother. First thing I did was talk to my kid
Uh-oh,
about.
you sound like Kim. Hold on.
No,
WSU Kim.
I
I'm a
mean, it doesn't
mom.
matter. We
I'm
are.
a
A lot
mom.
of us. Well, while all of y'all are sitting there talking about, I had a talk with my child
Mm-hmm.
about calling 911 and making
Mm-hmm.
sure he clearly understood all the things. I'm just saying, what else is there to say about them besides they were drunk and naive and dumb? What are we? I don't know what people want to say about them. If y'all want to rant and rave and get it out your system, y'all go for it. I don't really have a problem with it. I just don't know what else to say about them anymore.
I get that, but it's just the fact that we just got that information that she saw Xana.
I don't like that at all.
4:30. That's the thing that like rehashed.
Apparently, her
it
parents
and-
raised a very. I got questions for her parents at this point. The girl was 19 fucking years old. She should have known if I'm scared enough to call my other friend and rant and rave about some dude in the house and all this noise and blah blah blah. We'll run down here, and then I run past my roommate knocked out in the floor. Yeah, I got a problem with all of that. But
yeah,
they didn't
I
do it.
don't have a problem with the parents. Like you have to sit down with. I have to sit. So I have 4 boys, right? I got to sit down with one of them and be like, okay, if you ever see your roommate passed out on the floor, you should call 911. No, that's common sense, dude. No, I shouldn't have to tell him that. He should have some common
It is
sense.
common sense.
Joe, let
It's
me
not-
ask you this,
You can
though.
raise
Did
your kids as good as you want, but those assholes will do whatever the hell they want.
But
once
did
they
you
leave.
teach your kids when they were little to about 911 and
Of
how to
course.
use the
They
phone?
learn in school. I mean,
I know that, but not all parents reiterate what's being taught at school at home, y'all. They're not all like not all parents are the
Okay,
same.
but you can't go through every single scenario and say, okay,
Okay,
if you see your friend passed
I'm gonna
out,
let
if you
y'all
see
have
your
this.
right.
These girls suck ass, and it's all their fault.
I will
Everything
say
would be
one thing
different.
that nobody, I mean, everybody's talking about, that aspect of it. So, okay, these girls go party, right? Let's say they didn't know anything, weren't taught anything from home before they get to college, but they're definitely used to partying, right?
Yeah.
And they're in frats and sororities, right? So they're, always around a whole bunch of people who are drinking like crazy, blah, blah, blah. And oh, yeah, there have been a lot of like ODs
Mm-hmm.
here and there, and fairly recently, right?
Yep.
Before these murders and whatnot. So
Yep.
you mean to tell me that you see your roommate like lying on the floor in the middle of the door, or in front of the doorway or whatever at 4:30 in the morning, and you don't think, oh wow, I need to. I don't know if she was face
Exactly.
up or face down, because
For the
I
right.
mean, I know first rule of thing back in college, turn somebody over so they don't
I
choke
agree
on
with
their
y'all.
vomit,
I
or
completely agree with y'all. I just
make
don't
sure they're
know.
not, yeah, they don't have
Yeah,
alcohol poisoning or whatever.
I
I mean,
agree. She should have. I would have stopped and checked on my friend. First of all, there ain't no black man gonna walk past me at 19 and me not do a damn thing about it. My parents raised me a whole lot differently.
hmm
My daddy's getting that phone call before, not hours and hours later. I'm calling the cops and I'm hanging up when they get there and calling my daddy
well, but
first and
even
foremost.
still, with the 8 hours, okay, the 4:30, okay, yeah, you were scared, but you are sitting in the house supposedly, right?
Uh
The
huh.
whole, another
Well,
hour or whatever, you
you
can
could.
hear everything in the house, so you
Yeah.
don't hear noises in the house. You didn't ever think, oh, let me
No,
go upstairs and see if she's okay?
I completely agree with you guys. I
Mm-hmm.
do. I just don't know what it means anymore.
Yeah.
It's
It
not going
means
to
she's
change.
stupid. I'll just go ahead and say
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I've been total. If I've been in total agreement with that,
Or either she just that or
but
she just didn't give a damn, you
I
know?
don't. Exactly. Um, but that ain't got shit to do with the mind of Brian Koberger, right? And that's a
Yeah.
fat motherfucker right there. That dude, Brian Tallies, is very fucking interesting. The fact that I'm wondering now though if Haley's device tells him she was in that room all night in that bed, never moved once she made steps towards that room or got in there. But we're only going to get so many feet of accuracy anyway, so you can't. It's going to be. I want to know how they know Kaylee was in that room because that's to me makes a difference. Because I still think she could have came in and startled him. And like you
Mhm.
said, the room is small, felt trapped, all the things. But this dude, if you got a big ass knife in your hand and she's in the tiny little bed right next to the victim you just stabbed, why is the first thing you do punch this girl?
I mean, I'm not listening to Steve's recount of what he thinks, the
But
activities
so
were. Yeah.
I'm I I'm going to listen to it. That don't mean I'm taking it to heart.
Well,
Just
that's
like
what
I
I'm saying.
couldn't take any
That's
of
what
the
I mean. I'm not
streamers
taking it to heart.
scenarios. Well, just I think
Cuz here's the thing.
he's read more on a report than people on the YouTube have. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine, but he's also, said crazy things too. So I'm just like, I just don't,
Right.
I'm gonna have to wait. But here's the thing:
Yeah, like
if
Lolo
she were,
Mountains.
huh? No, that was his
Us,
crazy wife that
yeah,
said
that was crazy.
that.
I know
When she was
exactly who
hopped
said
up or
it.
whatever she was on, yeah,
Crazy and
that
crazy
night.
sitting beside each other. Go ahead.
Yeah. But here's the thing: if she was in her room and she had her phone and she heard something and she got up and she had her phone with her, and her phone ends up in that room, it's like, okay, that's one thing. Like let's say she's in her room, she hasn't been moving, she's just sitting on her bed, watching TV, whatever, phone's not moving. Then all of a sudden you have some movement and it ends up in Maddie's room, and then there's no more movement after, say, four something or whatever, right? Or she's been in the room the whole time, meaning there would probably be no movement on her phone if she had her phone with her. Do you see what I'm saying? Up until like four or whatever, so like maybe
In the
they could
grand
think of it
scheme
in
of
terms
things,
like that to determine. What'd you say,
I was
Firefly?
just going to say, in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't matter. She ended up in the bed with
No.
Maddie, and she did.
Right,
It really
right.
don't matter.
I mean, I really think that from the photo that we've all seen of, the outside, from the outside looking into her room or whatever, the bed was pulled back, a TV was on, left on, or whatever.
It
I,
was in there. Yeah,
yeah,
'cause they
and
even said
they'll,
they all met up in her room.
right. So
Like,
they were hanging out in her room beforehand. So, yeah. I mean,
Oh, damn, did we just lose Salty? It's just us
oh,
three
she
yeah.
up
said
here?
she lost connection.
Oh, she'll be back.
No.
Yeah.
We have full control of everything. Like we can run the channel. We got this.
God.
That's what run us scissors.
But so basically, yeah, like what do you call it? The police, photos or whatever will show you photos of what her room looked like, and whatnot, because her room doesn't have any blood in it, supposedly. So yeah, yeah, we'll probably get
I
that
thought so. The new
solved.
one of the new things in Lori Vallow case that was super impressive to me was the Lizard Q 3D model that they did with photographs of the crime scene afterwards. Like before they took anything out, they set up this 3D camera that took a 3D photo of, or recreated a 3D model of the
You're talking
entire
about
crime
like the
scene.
Pharaoh scanning.
It's very much like Faro scanning, yes, but
Mm-hmm.
they called it Lizard Q, so that's another proprietary brand,
Mm-hmm.
right? But
Yeah.
yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. I would have hoped that they would have done something like this in this case, but it doesn't seem like they're
Okay.
gonna. I don't know if they're gonna show that
Am I
or
back?
whatever.
Guys, am
Imagine
I
if they
back?
had done that on the
Yeah,
front
you're
yard
back.
of
Hang on.
34 Fairview. Yeah, Salty's back, but imagine if they had done a 3D scan of the front yard of 34 Fairview that morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, we'd have so many questions answered. All right, Salty, you're back.
Okay. I have
But
no
the
idea
thing
what y'all
is-
said the last 5 or 10 minutes, the whole
He
conversation.
brought
is
up
they
Lori Vallow and
they
something
took,
in the case. Yeah.
they took the jury right directly to 34 Fairview.
Mhm.
Sorry, I can't say it. So they didn't
Yeah.
really need this.
Right. Yeah, absolutely they do. So they went there on April
Why
27th
is
of
he so loud?
2025.
I don't know.
Am I
Is there
am
any
I
way
really
to turn
loud?
his
I'm
mic down a
trying.
little
I'm
bit?
trying.
I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down. I can do that.
Okay, I
Okay,
got
thank you, because you're excited, and then it's like
it.
also
Excited
you're
utterance.
I'm
booming.
sorry.
Yeah, we're getting excited utterances all over the
Hi.
place. I'm like, okay.
So the jury went there in 2025, but they can't
Hmm.
go back in 2022 or whatever time the
That's true.
crime happened, right?
Yeah.
Not all departments are going to use a Pharaoh scanner, especially ones collecting blood in red Solo cups.
Mm.
I mean,
That's true.
y'all expect a lot.
Well, and you know what? Just based off of what they were saying too in these hearings about, not trying to be like too extreme and graphic or whatever, but like what the motions when they were trying to limit certain things because they didn't want to, they're like, well, we're gonna have to show stuff, but
Yeah. No
not be like excessive about it. I'm like, I don't see the way that they're reacting like with this. I don't see them bringing in like Pharaoh scans, 3D scans
No.
of the scene as it was with the bodies and everything still in there.
No.
You know what I mean? I think they're just going to do like photos, quick photo, really quick
Yep.
here and there. And yeah,
We don't have the like we were hoping for anyway.
I was hoping, but
I
yeah,
know,
we
we
wouldn't
were
get to
hoping
see it anyway because of the
No.
bodies being in there. They would blur, the bodies probably to
Yeah.
show you everything else. But yeah.
Exactly. We were looking forward to seeing how that would play out there, but they're not going to be doing that apparently. But I mean, I just don't know what to say. A lot of times, it's funny to me sometimes when people, I don't know. I've watched so many. Nothing surprises me a lot of times in court. I'm like, oh, But I like a good defense attorney that can bring out good things if it's legit and doesn't seem like bullshit. And this guy
Mhm.
seems to be able to do that. Learning how courts operate, how these lawyers operate, how their experts operate will help people understand future hearings and stuff better. And that's like this is going to be a long trial in Idaho. Think about it. You got a lot more victims to move through, a lot more of a crime scene to move through, and a whole bunch of fucking data to move through. And that's going to be so interesting it might be a little tedious to get through a couple of them days. My God. I wonder if they'll have a bunch of sidebars or anything. I guess that was. Oh, they're showing. I'm sorry. I was checking the feed and they're showing old footage, and I was just making sure it wasn't something new, or them walking back into the courtroom, but it's not. What? Flip-flops? Y'all, I don't give my dog cannot eat no canned food. It would tear her stomach up, and it would not be a pretty sight. I'm not having it. Well, she's my son's dog. He can feed her whatever he wants, but he doesn't feed her shit. It's gonna make her shit. Oh my god. Okay, so we had been. Oops, let me make sure I got the right one. Right day here. Because this is the one I thought we were looking at yesterday that it ended quite quickly, and I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't all of it. All right, guys, I'm going to show you another microdots. And remember, this is only grain of salt. It was based on reporting and things from the trial and Turtle Boy. So I get where it's coming from, but a lot of you are fans of his show entertainment purposes only.
Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between KarenRead and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess.
Brian Higgins sees KarenRead enter the bar.
I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there.
His attention is quickly turned to John O'Keefe approaching. John greets him with a warm embrace, then does the same with Brian Albert. Brian Albert and John show affection by patting each other's backs. Brian Higgins leans in, asking John where they're coming from.
Now, again, guys, I'm no fool. I understand this person narrating is not in the bar and doesn't have privy to the actual conversations. Let's just clarify that. Okay.
John points, indicating they were across the street at C.F. McCarthy's. John sees Karina Kolokithis, prompting him to walk over and say hello with a hug. He also says hello to Nick Kolokithis, and then John walks further towards the bar to greet Matt McCabe.
Interesting.
Brian Albert whispers something into Higgins' ear. Higgins smiles back, amused, then glances at John, indicating he is the subject of their conversation. Higgins comments back to Brian Albert, and Brian Albert responds with another whisper. Higgins smiles again at whatever Brian Albert said, and then Nicole Albert returns from the restroom, approaches husband Brian and embraces him from behind, prompting the three to converse quietly to each other. Nicole and Brian Albert speak closely for a time, as Higgins watches. Higgins stands to step away to a more isolated location and signals Brian Albert to follow. He wants to say something that even Nicole shouldn't hear. This may be where the idea to confront John is born.
Jealous
We jump
ass
ahead
drunk
3
men.
minutes later, and Higgins, Brian Albert and wife Nicole are still positioned on one side of the table away from the rest of the group, almost as if they were spectators sitting in the front row watching a play. Brian Higgins takes a photo. His flash goes off in 3, 2, 1. He appears to have pointed the camera through the gap between Brian and Nicole Albert's backs, across the table, and taken a photo in the direction KarenRead was standing. We know this because we then see her return, walking from that area back to John's side. John puts his arm around her and she speaks to Karina and Nick Kolokithis. We continue to see a series of flashes happening on the far side of the table, indicating photos are being taken by the group. Higgins appears to be posing for one between Brian and Nicole. None entered into evidence. Caitlin Albert sits here. Chris Albert stands here, at the left end of the high top. The clock strikes 11 p.m. And 32 minutes later, Higgins, feeling completely ignored, sends a text message to Karen.
When you texted her, well, at waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text, or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
We jump ahead 15 minutes.
Planted that idea,
Higgins
didn't
checks
he?
his phone, growing frustrated that Karen has not responded to his desperate message. John glances at his phone as well to check the time. It's getting late and almost closing. Karen and Jen McCabe converse, appearing friendly and in good spirits.
So, right there,
They laugh together.
Jen McCabe is at that bar with the couple that night, and she's going to very much tell Karen to come with her in a little bit. I don't know what they're saying to each other, but Karen goes with her.
Karen initiates a group hug, putting her right arm around Matt McCabe and her left arm around Jen McCabe. John, however, seems to take a step back. The Bryans are heavily intoxicated and feeling aggressive. They have identified their adversary in John O'Keefe and are acting out their primal rage with a male display of dominance, otherwise known as peacocking. Jen McCabe picks up on it, but unfortunately for Higgins, Karen has her back turned. He has absolutely no idea how to get the attention from her he so desperately desires. In fact, when he realizes that he's not in her field of view, he seems to end the display. For now.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
Jen and Matt McCabe hold Karen in prolonged embrace. However, what's strange is they never once mention to her that there's an after party at Brian's house. For Karen, at least, there's a surprise in store. Meanwhile, John has taken notice of the Bryans. Higgins, humiliated, needs validation from Brian that he's powerful. He has worth. Higgins and Brian continue their private conversation, able to speak more freely since no one is close. If not planning, they were likely exchanging toxic ideas, building animosity towards John, who doesn't seem to be fully in on the joke quite yet. Higgins is feeling insecure and less than. Jen McCabe continues to speak to John and Karen, with Matt standing out of view to the far right. Karen would be forgiven for believing these people are her friends. At first, I considered this maybe when Jen McCabe invited John and Karen to 34 Fairview for the after-party, but then I recalled this.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
So when, exactly, was John invited? And for what purpose was he to be there? Here comes Chris Albert entering the vicinity of Brian and Higgins. Karen chats with Brian and Chris Albert, but her eyes never find Higgins. Imagine the storm of emotions he must be weathering, standing just inches away from the woman who has consumed his thoughts for weeks. She's right there, so close, yet he is helplessly bound by his own fear, unable to utter a single word. There's nothing more excruciating than being invisible to the one you desire most. Karina has her jacket on. She says goodbye and hugs John for the last time. She then tells her husband Nick that she just needs to say goodbye to Karen before they leave. Higgins is frozen like a deer, hoping not to be noticed, his body oriented towards Brian Albert's back, staring blankly into the side of his head. An inferno of anger, frustration, and embarrassment swirls inside of him,
How's he
growing
know that?
exponentially with every passing second. She didn't reply to the text message I sent over an hour ago. She hasn't said hello to me. She hasn't even acknowledged my existence. How could she do this to me? I told her I wanted the real deal. Isn't that what women want?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it? What the hell, Karen? What about me?
Oh.
Karen and Karina are saying goodnight. The Bryans continue their performance of alpha dominance, less a calculated strategy and more a mirror of their restless and intoxicated psychological states. Brian likes to fight when he's drinking, and Higgins has been outmatched. Humiliated by a taller, better-looking, much more charming man who doesn't even seem completely aware yet of the dynamics in play. A haunting moment occurs when John and Higgins lock eyes in 3, 2, 1. John must sense now that something is off. Is it just that Higgins has had one drink too many? Or is John beginning to piece it together, understanding what this is really about?
And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview.
The bar is closing in 5 minutes. It's last call and John offers to buy them a final drink. They decline. Notice here how kind and reserved John appears, smiling and being respectful, while the Bryans are sloppy and have clearly lost control of their faculties. John watches as Brian and Higgins can't seem to keep their hands off each other.
He's grabbing his
Remember,
ass.
this was their state as they waited for John to walk into 34 Fairview just moments later. They felt invincible, but in reality were barely able to stand. It's easy to see how John might have overpowered them, perhaps pushing them to take drastic measures, or causing a third person to jump in and help. After all, no one can be allowed to beat up an Albert in his own home. That simply cannot happen, especially by a lower-ranking fellow Boston cop like John.
This is no. This is not mainstream media. They're using Law and Crime's video they received of the bar. This is a YouTube channel called Microdots. That's why I explained in the beginning, entertainment. That's why I got the banner going as well.
I thought you said, yeah, sorry, I heard you say microdots. I thought you were, it was a phrase for something else. I
No,
didn't
it's the
get that
name of
that
the
was the
channel. We dropped
channel.
the,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't even know if Butterflies at work, so I'll get the link in here in a minute. But we dropped
Oh,
the link.
okay.
Yeah, we dropped the link
Sit
yesterday.
down.
They got a whole video series out of over the past, well, however long this thing's been going on now. But yeah, that's where this come from. But they've got some pretty compelling videos. Now, again, everybody, I don't take what these people are telling me as any proof of anything. I can discern the difference, and I hope you guys can as well, but I'm not here to police people's brains. I'm just showing you a presentation of what could have been based on reporting. So, yeah. And plus,
I
they
mean,
do
I
have
like
some
what I'm
text
seeing so
messages.
far.
Me
That's why I
too.
was wondering
Yeah, because
who it
they
was.
also, I like the way they incorporate the parts of court with it, and bring up
Mm-hmm.
the text messages, because it kind of, brings some verification to as to how they're getting to where they got. So I do enjoy that. Yeah. I'll grab their link and drop it, though.
Chris
We
Albert
gotta
hugs
stop.
Caitlin since he's not.
Hold on. We'll have to come back to this, guys. But I'll get that link in there, Dolphin, in just a second.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Let me pull up this other screen real quick, because it looks like they got old boy back on the stand.
I gotta order some lunch. I got a
They
headache now.
literally just came back, I think. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that. Hold on, they're showing bullshit from yesterday. Hold on. Let me pull up my actual, where I stream it from, and double check that. Because I had a second one pulled up on my phone that I haven't been streaming from. Court TV's bullshit. Okay, we've been watching from Law and Crime. No, everybody, they're not back yet. That was my bad. Okay. So I'll bring up the other screen and let it finish. Here we go.
Oh man, these DoorDash prices are ridiculous.
Hang on, guys. I think they are back. We got two different feeds that I was looking. They're both exactly the same. I don't know what happened to my original one. Let me get this other back up here. All right. Get that going. Get this up here. Jesus. Okay. Sorry.
I'd move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lessing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
Okay. And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab, and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning off.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh, and open up Safari, and I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure, and I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I've made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately.
There's that time zone, Bob.
And tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The light's on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Take your bullshit down.
Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like, literally just now, as I was doing it live.
What?
So you
Is how
just created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So, that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 22740 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing, back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try it differently.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wickett, you are all set.
Okay.
Thank you.
May we be seeing why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
Judge, feel free
I don't even know if
Wait,
I know
that's
what to
it?
say.
I'm not sure what is that?
He was trying to accuse him of cooking it up, this little
Yeah.
demonstration. Like
Oh,
that
yeah,
he already
yeah.
had it together, you know?
Oh,
like,
right.
Yeah,
that
like
it wasn't really like live, but he
on
didn't,
the fly.
straight out go,
Mhm.
he was insinuating it.
Yeah. And either way, you're going to sit there in court and make it up on the fly, right, real quick? Like, all of a sudden, we got your screen, and you're just going to go, "Whoa, watch this."
Yeah.
Tell that shit to Cyree, dude. I hear his company might be in the market for some new programs. It's crazy.
I just don't understand how they can justify. I hear what they're saying, but how can you justify getting rid of that timestamp?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I get what they're trying to claim. It's going
Yeah,
to cause
but
too much confusion. I think it
it's too
confused them.
sketchy. I'm sorry, it's
I
sketchy.
think it confused them. Like, he already said it didn't make any sense, right? He admitted that what they were seeing on that data didn't make sense. So you know what? Let's just eliminate that. Just remove
Now
that.
I really want to go back and see the
Yeah.
beginning of this because
Yes.
that's not the field that they should have used
Right. You got to go
track
watch.
her timestamp. Yeah.
Mhm. You're going to see there's a lot that they talk about before you were able to join us that you're going to find super interesting. I made quite a bit of notes on it too, especially even with the phone temperature stuff, the steps taken, all the things. It was like, wow, it become more overwhelming on the defense side. You're right. Prosecution is not looking so good right now. We should do a poll, but I think I can pretty much gauge where everybody sits. We're not having a huge audience for this trial, and that's fine because I like this little group that's in here watching it. But I think most of us feel along the same lines that right now we're not seeing anything that's going to get us there to this level.
Question: Did he ever say earlier what they should have used? Which field that they should have gotten the date from?
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. You mean the timestamp on that, or
to get the timestamp, right? Did he ever say, okay, hey, this is the wrong field. This shouldn't have been used. This is why they deleted it because they thought, okay, it'd be confusing because it didn't actually relate to what they were trying to
Yeah,
drill
he
down
tried.
to. So they
Yes,
should have used this field instead.
he didn't quite explain it like
He
that.
never said that. That's what
Right,
they should have
not
gone
like that.
after him about.
Exactly. And
Mhm.
you might hear, you may pick up more on that from the defense that I actually was able to, but
Mhm.
he tries to explain why they took the timestamp out, you know,
Mhm.
but he doesn't go into great detail as to how they come up with it, why it was too confusing, and all the things.
Well, actually, I get why it was confusing because of what he just showed the demonstration. He's
Uh-huh.
basically so. Remember when I first heard the thing about the tab being open and all that, and I was like,
Yeah.
no, like a while ago before lunch or whatever we were talking
Mhm.
about it, and I was like, no, it doesn't matter if the tab is open, blah blah blah. That's BS, right? But
Yeah.
what he just showed on his phone, he's like, okay, the tab is open, blah blah blah. When he like looked in it and I saw that it said last viewed whatever. I put it in the chat. Uh, and he said that field is related to, the time that tab was last viewed. So if the tab
Yes.
has been sitting up there, like if you've pinned a tab and the tab has been, it keeps opening up every time you open a browser window because it's pinned there and you
Mhm.
pinned it like a week ago, it's always going to have that and you never go back to it. It's always going to have that last viewed date of a week ago or
Right.
whatever. So the time that tab was actually last viewed has nothing to do with her searches. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? So that's what I was just like,
Well,
okay,
then,
now
yeah.
I see why he was saying they got rid of it, because it was confusing, but they should have explained, you know.
Right. Well, that's the thing. They assumed it would be confusing to the jurors. Again, insulting society's intelligence. I'm a little over it. They could explain it, like you said. Explain.
Mhm.
Don't just assume we won't know. Therefore, you're going to use some big words that we won't understand with our little tiny brains.
Mhm.
That doesn't cut it for someone with a
But it
critical
should be
mind.
in the browsing history though.
You should. You would.
So, like, why didn't they get it from there? Oh, wait, did
He's
she
he's
delete her
trying. I'd
history
have
or
to
something
go.
and they weren't able to recover it? I mean,
Oh yeah, there was a massive delete on her phone.
oh,
Like,
okay.
oh yeah, there was a massive deletion on her phone that this expert claims was just part of her phone's regular maintenance stuff.
Mhm.
But okay, so I'd have to go back through each piece of testimony. I literally got a stack of notes in my hand. But they talk about why he decided. So yeah, they claim that she opened up an old tab.
Mhm.
That's why the timestamp was showing the 2:30 something, how's long to die in cold versus the 6 something. And then he
Mhm.
tries to explain it, how he determined it was literally actually 6 something versus the 2 something because of the tabs open and all these things. We're like, dude, you just trying to confuse a word salad. But I made a bunch of notes about it. You'd have to go back and listen to this witness number 12, Whiffle, whatever the fuck his name is. He's
Mhm.
It's very interesting testimony though. Um, they were able to show a lot of discrepancies in his actual work of the phone stuff,
Mhm.
what it can mean.
That's a
Um,
problem for me. This is a huge problem.
yeah,
If they didn't produce like the actual history timestamps or whatever,
he
and this
talked.
is all they've got, that's a problem.
Yeah, they talked about all that in depth with him the first time he testified.
Okay.
D for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
Oh, firefly. It's popcorn.
Yeah,
I'll
I
mute
never
out.
saw her at the first trial, so this is going
Oh
to be
yeah,
good too.
yeah.
Oh, buckle up.
Because I know she has an attitude. I saw her
Oh,
expressions.
Her beady eyes. That's what I call her. Bev is getting ready. She's like, oh shit. I'm gonna break out the gavel. All right.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close, please. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but
Of course you were.
Yes.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop-off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama, or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them, and then I left with my daughters and my husband Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there, or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Okay. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and KarenRead.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Okay. Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, you know, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, you know, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, you know, aunts or cousins are around come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, you know, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, you know, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, you know, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, you know, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, you know, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
Some video.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay, but if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
On the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left, hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe? I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. Now, if you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46.
Miss Shorty, welcome in. Lots of note
Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so, after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit, or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Objection. All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
After, okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window, and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities, and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? To your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
We got love triangles flying every fucking where. Pickings was slim in that small town, wasn't it? All of y'all wanted a cop as your man. What's happening here? Joe, you okay? Check in. What are y'all doing? I got 3 co-hosts and nobody's saying a word. Okay. Everybody's checked out right now. Miss Shorty, are you back doing peasant work today? I hope your day goes well. Thank you for popping in. We appreciate that. I know, Firefly, me too. I don't hear anything right now. They're on a break. That's why I'm asking y'all, what are y'all doing? Just fuck it. I shouldn't turn them notifications
Oh, I
on.
took my headphones off. That's why. So I didn't want to talk.
Oh, y'all don't even know when they're talking. I'm teasing. No, they just went to, I guess, sidebod.
Yeah, I guess it'll get good once the defense starts to cross-examine her. But this is all boring so far.
Oh, of course, I'm looking for it. He's just laying his stupid foundation. I mean, it is what it is. We weren't friends. We would never collude and go behind backs and have secret talks because, we're not friends. I just let randos watch my dogs like my kids. Okay, lady, talk to somebody less intelligent. Miss Shorty, I'm so jealous. She's in the future. I love it.
Wednesday, hump day.
So, Miss Shorty, are you going to come hang out with us on Friday night? I haven't gotten a confirmation on whether or not you're going to be there or not. I think I know what you're talking. I think you know what I'm talking about. Oh goodness, 28 minutes and Butterfly can leave work for the days.
What time zone is Butterfly in?
She is. She and I are the same time. She's Central. She over toward Texas way.
Miss Shorty's already on Wednesday? What the heck?
She's in the future, Joe. Where have you, Joe? Good Lord, haven't you known she's in the future?
She's got hump day done already. Like, she's halfway into hump day already.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm so jealous.
I know.
I want to be halfway through hump day already.
Are they having another sidebar?
Yeah. That's why we're talking. I wouldn't have. Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what they even went to sidebar about. They're going to get interrupted a whole bunch of times while this lady's up there talking.
Yeah, I got up to feed the dog because remember the feeder got stuck?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
ran
so
out
they
of
go
food.
to sidebar, and then I guess hopefully they'll let the prosecution go ahead and finish out with her of laying her little foundation so that tomorrow we can come back and let the defense have at her. Pick holes in that story.
Lisa, we're going to get Farrell on Farrell Friday. Don't be too late. Like, you can be late. We'll excuse a little bit of lateness, but don't be too late. Right?
That's right.
Halfway through.
When he's got it scheduled, I know her time zone compared to me, you, and Publicly Buzz is so different. It's my first time going to be on Farrell Friday, Miss Shorty. You and Joe have had the pleasure of going before, so my first time coming for that. So I'm looking forward to it. I got to get Steve back over here now that so much has popped off in the Koberger case so we can have another Salty Sunday discussion. It's been a minute since I've talked to him.
Yeah, that you know what? He really is knowledgeable about that case, like more knowledgeable than I am.
Oh, I
Probably
know.
not as much as you are, but you guys can have a much more intelligent conversation than I can about it.
That's because Publicly Buzz has been here from day one with Idaho 4-2. We're OGs. That's why. That's why I respect him for coming out and being honest with his community and with the general public about why he covered Idaho 4 back in the day. I got mad respect for him. He's the only one I've heard with the balls to come out and say it. And I've heard others dance around it and try to pretend they weren't a part of it when they were, but okay. Y'all do you. I just got a lot of respect for him, so looking forward.
Hey there.
Where'd you come from, Jesse?
Jesse. It's Jesse.
Jesse. I feel like Jesse's like a porn star. I like it. That's what he reminds me of. He's like, oh, hey, I'm Jesse Webber, or whatever his last name is. And I'm always like, dude, where did you? So what happened to my court feed? Let me pull this back up. Whoa, he came out of nowhere on us. My God. Okay, KarenRead trial live. Boston.
We get you, Lisa. We get you.
How late have they been going in the court? Like what, about 4:30 or?
Yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
What are you doing drinking and driving
I'd like
and
to move
texting?
forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
Sorry, everybody.
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. You know, at one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke, the video. It was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get-together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Is the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that
Like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight?
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way?
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me, so I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nagle, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people, and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game, so I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team, so we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings, and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone, and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically, she relayed to me that
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
In the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left, so I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did, and I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name, and then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't, and then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
When she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house, and she doesn't know where he is, so now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight, John got out of the car, and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister, I called John, I called Tom Beatty, I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home?
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
Okay. And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, at this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrives to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all, beyond that one time I went out with her.
Okay, I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, "Jen, Jen!" She's screaming that 3 times, and then she was saying, "We have to go to Fairview." A lot of the "could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Just she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, "Tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors." And then I said, "I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John." And then he yelled down saying something like, "You can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight."
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. It was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open, so I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street, and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway, I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face-to-face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone, over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Carrie Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs, and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes, when we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over, and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that. Had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's going to
let me not
get.
ask you what Kerry.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving, I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth, and screaming.
Was it constant screaming, or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back, and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take, approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop, so Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck, what is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Kerry removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up, and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you, at that point, get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
Why?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McKay, we're going to need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Jurors, right this way, please leave your notes on the chair.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I want to know if she did more chest compressions than Alex Cox did.
Oh, dude.
If we're taking bets, who did more chest compressions, Jen McAlbert or Alex Cox?
Can we close the doors?
None of
please?
them did.
May be seated.
Hold on.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the Arkham motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute, or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay.
she could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
Give
All
one
right, 5 minutes.
All right, please.
I go to the toilet. Jesus. Yeah, right, Miss Shorty. So, Joe, I don't think, dude, you got PTSD, my friend. You all right?
No, I'm good.
Every trial
You know,
you
good.
watch or attend, you got you going, man. You gotta let it go.
It's crazy the comparisons you can make, but also the differences that you make, like between the different trials.
Yeah, they're all gonna have similarities.
Yep.
This lady and her cute story, though, we didn't see
can't
BDI
stand
come out yet. She goes, when the defense gets a hold of her, we're gonna see a change in attitude. I got.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say she's playing like little like sweet
For
stuff.
I mean, I know people don't think I know, but trust me, I've seen a few clips of Jen McCabe testifying
Oh yeah,
the first time around.
She's-
So yeah, good Lord. So yeah, I feel like but when we were making that in the chat earlier, Joe, about how she's getting away with hearsay, and why isn't the defense, objecting? I think they're just sitting there letting it play out, because they're going to hang her on a lot of what she's saying when they get up there, because they could have objected many times on hearsay alone. And I'm
what's her name's plan?
Or assuming she thought what Carrie meant by what Carrie said to Karen, things like that.
How the hell does she know what Carrie was thinking? How the hell does she know that? She doesn't.
But the defense didn't object. What's their strategy behind that? I think beyond what's right in my face. Why didn't they object to that line of questioning? They're smart. Why didn't they object to her bringing in making certain statements? Are they going to let her hang herself when they get up there and cross-examine her? If not, you got nobody to blame but the defense, right? Like in Delphi. I mean, never mind. Yeah. If they don't get up there and do their job, it's all on them. I didn't hear any object. Hold on. Miss Shorty says they did object, but I didn't hear very many. That's why I didn't hear many, Shorty. So I thought he was just letting her sit back and let them have their way for a minute. And I'm gonna get up there and rip her ass a new one in a minute. But
Lisa, I heard the objection too a couple of times, but I honestly thought that I heard a couple of times that they didn't object where they could have.
Yeah.
Just my opinion. Not.
Yeah,
I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm not an attorney. So
yeah, I ain't got no shame against these defense attorneys. They're doing a brilliant job. I've got no qualms with them. But they could have objected a couple more times on hearsay. But I think they got a strategy going. That's all I can figure. That's all I can figure. I know this lady is going to get sketchy when they.
yeah, like how many meetings did the defense team have about Jen McCabe? Like I would have had probably like a full week's worth of meetings about this.
They've already
Commonwealth witness.
Yeah, they kind of went over that a little bit when she first testified, or that was Carrie. Never mind. When I was thinking they probably had numerous meetings with this lady prepping for this time around, because there was so much from before, and she's pertinent to all of it, right? Or she's a good inserter. Some people just have to be all up in the case, no matter what. Is she that person? Was she the lookout? Was she the helper? What are you doing here? And don't tell me Miss Carrie was the take charge one here, because me and my sister, we'd be like, we're going to fight over takes charge, right? So I'm like, I don't know if Carrie was the take charge one, or if it was really Jen and Carrie.
Jen is letting Carrie think she's in charge.
Exactly. Yeah. You gotta spend a good time trying to get one over on me. I sit back and watch it. I watch people try. Yeah, I don't think, from what I've seen with Carrie, her demeanor and the way I'm basing it on what I've seen out of them as women on the stand, the type of personality I'm looking at. I don't see Carrie was being the one to jump up and take control. Yeah, I know she's allowing most of it. I don't. Judges are judges. They do what they do, right? It's their courtroom. Even if they
Well,
did,
she gets to get away with more
I know.
sustaining objections because she has non-argument objections. Like, I hate that. I hate
know
it.
that.
I hate
Even
it.
if he objected 1,000 times, she probably still would have been like overruled.
Yep.
Overruled, and almost like have to accept it.
But the hearsay, yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, but then I mean, I got to pick my battles as to what keeps me up at night. Old Bev's crazy decisions. If it was a major one about evidence, like the ARCA experts, that'd be different. But these Real Housewives of the fucking Canton, I'm over their bitch ass.
Right.
The drama. I'm like so over all you drunk, jealous motherfuckers running around trying to fuck everybody. Excuse my language. That's what I'm getting so far. We got a whole bunch of adults partying and drinking it up with an impending blizzard when you all got house full of kids. But y'all
I know. Did you notice the kids stayed home to celebrate, and all the adults went out and partied?
Why are my minor children at home drinking and then I'm going to go out drinking and driving and setting a bad example? I'm going to call all of them out, Miss Peanut Butter in the car lady. I got an issue with maybe it's because I don't do the bars and I don't drink, but once I had my first child at the age of 21, I'd done drank a lot of alcohol and thought, what if I drank a drink or two and something happens to my baby? Will I respond properly? Because we all know we ain't got all our faculties when we're drinking. We're idiots if we try to claim we do. And that father,
here we go.
Stop drinking.
Here we go.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Renschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth, Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rensselaer, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rensselaer told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I've provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done until May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February
to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in a position of cross-examining
tough one,
experts
guys.
without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ACCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct. And no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right? That's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
I fucking agree. I'll call you Auntie Bev now like everybody else do. I don't like calling judges names. I just call them their actual name, and I just, like, you know. Y'all know how I do.
Lisa called it, didn't she? Holy crap.
From the future. From the future. Yep. And the second she posted her video last night, I was laying in my bed, and that thing come across my feed because I happened to be on the YouTube streets. And I immediately hit her up. I'm like, you think? Because I was wondering what your thoughts were on this. And she's like, yeah, I think they're going to let them in.
I feel so much better about Bev now that she said the defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount.
I agree with that. Because,
yeah, of course.
She's right, though. There were, if I can't sit here and not be fair and see what I see. There was a little bit of issues there, right? She could have went the other direction, but she didn't because of the law. And that she knew that attorney was getting ready to bring it, but he was going to have to word it in a way where he wouldn't offend her. And she knew that. She said, you're going to win this. Just let me go ahead and say what I got to say. And so she did.
Right. But she didn't do that in trial number one. She did the opposite in trial number one. So that's why it's so shocking. Like my jaw's on the floor. Like,
oh yeah, y'all. She probably know all y'all out here ragging her ass. She's like, I'm gonna show y'all. I don't know. If she didn't care about Karen Read getting a fair trial, maybe she's seen enough to start having her mind changed or whatever. As a judge, she shouldn't have a mind made up yet, but y'all know how it goes with all that. So the experts are in.
ARCA experts are in.
Yeah, so she's not going to have to make a ruling on that. She just basically did it right here in front of all of us.
She said she expects robust cross-examination.
Robust. And I get that. That is so cool. Now, she said they can testify up to everything up until yesterday, meaning stop your work, don't do no more. Whatever you finished past yesterday is not allowed in. Is that what I got from that?
Sounds about right. She said up to yesterday. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm just catching up on chat, making sure I didn't miss it. Welcome in, Debbie. Good to see you. Yeah, Miss Shorty, you called that one. So that'll be good, right? Because if you, like we were talking about yesterday, if she didn't allow them, what else does the defense have other than destroying their cell phone evidence, and trying to prove John's location? And then you bring in the doctors who are going to testify to the wounds. That stuff. Other than that, they would, you know what I mean? They need these reconstruction guys.
I think Miss Shorty's comment is like a really good place to talk about like where we are legally, professionally, and social medially. So exactly. Also, had she disallowed them, she would have been excoriated professionally and personally. Well, we kind of felt the same way about Judge Gull, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been
in Delphi. Like, shouldn't Judge Gull have been excoriated? I think she should have been.
You'd think, but we can only do so much as the little people out here. According to those in Delphi, none of us matter anyway. There are only a few of them matter anyway. So I'm done with that whole shit show. Now, I can't tell y'all what the fuck Gull's doing over there, but I know this. I mean, people have been hating on this judge for 2 years, and I didn't know why. I didn't look to see why. I'm assuming it's because they all think Karen Read's innocent and this judge is like all biased. That's why I asked 2 weeks ago, what is exactly, and I wasn't trying to be rude, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. What exactly was everybody's problems with the judge? Was it because she ruled on things without a hearing, like we saw Gull do numerous times? Was it because she didn't read motions, like we saw Gull doing numerous times? Was it because, and nobody could give me a good answer, we just don't like her? Okay, well, I can take that too. I've got no problem with that. But I see people's issues with her. You know what I mean? My issue is you take a lot of breaks. And I kind of agree with you, Joe, and we probably will both get a little beat up for it. But I don't know about that prosecutor either. I think he is part of him doing his job. We had another prosecutor last time everybody hated. Of course, they're going to hate the prosecutor if they feel the defendant is innocent and being railroaded. So you're going to hate every prosecutor that comes on the case. I get it. So is he in cahoots, or did he just pick up the case and read it all and go, oh, okay, well, I believe.
Honestly, I think Hank is doing a good job as a prosecutor. Like, he's doing his job.
I feel like he is. I feel like he's trying, right? I feel like he's trying, and I think he's buying what he's selling. I think he believes what he's saying, but that don't mean everybody else has told him shit that I believe, right? All his witnesses and all the things like that. So people have to remember when I say these things, I know y'all know more than I do, and you have different feelings on it. And I'm just coming at it at a very different way because there's things I don't know. But hell, no one knows a lot about this. I just know there's different prosecutors. Yeah, Miss Shorty, y'all, when y'all tell us that stuff right there, for those of y'all who were not in your eyeballs up to Delphi, you are preaching to the choir. I can promise y'all, Miss Gull, because I'm beyond calling her a judge anymore, did way worse, way worse than this Bev lady's done. I guarantee it. I know she's done a lot to cause fuckery over there from the bits and pieces I saw all over Twitter throughout the time with her rulings and different things. So I'm not saying she's been perfect because I couldn't tell you what her rulings have all been about. That's why I was asking people why the dislike for her, because I wanted to see, was she a fair judge? Is she a bad judge? What am I dealing with here? Because I didn't know. But I know from what I've seen and what I've been told about her, Judge Gull pulled way more fuckery. And now you got a man sitting in prison for 130 years. After yesterday, I lost any respect for Hank. That's fine, Rachel. I don't know him enough. I mean, yeah, I mean, what he did to that ARCA guy, I thought was kind of comical. Because let's be honest, ARCA guy handled him beautifully, y'all. He wasn't a baby. He didn't break down and cry. He handled that dude. So, you know, it is what it is. That's for sure. It's crazy. At least they got their experts in so nobody can cry foul, right? That's why I like it when Idaho allows the defense to have things, because I don't want the internet to cry foul later. They need those experts. I want to hear from those guys. Now, who does the prosecution have as an expert on the? They don't
Well, wasn't
accident
ARCA
construction.
originally called? Wasn't ARCA originally called by the Commonwealth?
No,
Like,
they were
wasn't
hired by
ARCA?
the feds.
Right. Yeah.
According to from what
That's the popo. That's the
Joe,
popo. That's not the defense.
I understand what I've been asking around since this trial started, and all I could do was do my own research because nobody could give me an answer. But I think from what I and Miss Shorty Mike can actually get some clarity today. The Department of Justice hired them when they launched their investigation. And at some point, the work they were developing led to exculpatory evidence. The defense, I don't know how, got wind of that. I'm not going to dig into it, to be honest, because I don't want to know. But they did. And now those experts are, I don't even know why they weren't even allowed to testify first time around, right, guys? Firefly and Miss Shorty. I don't know what kept the ARCA out the first time.
I don't remember ARCA in the first trial.
Yeah, there was a big deal about ARCA in the first trial. It was like the Crash Daddies or some shit.
What?
Trooper Paul.
Well, Dr. Wolf testified last night.
Go ahead, Firefly. I'm listening.
Oh, I said Dr. Wolf testified on the last trial. The guy that was on for ARCA yesterday.
So he did, the ARCA guy. So they were allowed during the first trial.
Yeah.
Who put them on as witnesses in the first trial? The defense?
Defense.
Or the prosecution?
Defense.
Okay. So they were already paying them or had a thing back then with them, an agreement or whatever.
Apparently, I don't know anything about that. I never heard anything about that until like a month or two ago, whenever that issue came up. Who knows?
Right. That's why I've been paying attention to the hearing so I can try to sort it out in my head, because I can't. The not knowing drives me crazy. Miss Shorty, I get it. When I was driving and I couldn't just stop and type when I wanted to, I literally just start pulling over, and then I'm like getting aggravated with myself. So it is what it is. You have to DM me. So I have to DM you specific questions so you can give me specific answers, and then we can go over it. Because I'm
they did both testify.
They both.
Yeah. The other guy, I don't remember
Okay.
his name. The second one that
I don't recall the name of the
Rentschler,
guy they
whatever.
were talking about. Yeah.
Rentschler?
So they both testified. Yeah, I got his name wrote down. It don't matter. So what they both testified before the defense. So now I wonder, how did the defense? I'm not even going to go there because I might get them thrown out of court. How did the defense know about them guys and what their results were? Their testings for the DOJ. Ooh. Someone from the DOJ coming knocking. Shh, don't tell nobody. Hey, we'll take it. We're all over it. I couldn't tell you. That is crazy. Miss Shorty gonna try to get us some answers. She's like, no. She's I don't wanna get the facts wrong, but I'm trying to get it all. Drop her a link so she can call in. Now I've never done that, so I'll try, Miss Shorty. Let me do this. Can I just drop the actual link and it lets you call me? Where's my link? Hold on. Oh, right here. Let me see if it'll let me drop it in chat from here. Okay, that's for Miss Shorty, if it will work. I just dropped it, ma'am. I don't know if it'll work or not. I've never done a call-in, so we'll see if it works. So If ARCA began their work, no, ARCA did an investigation before anyone knew that the DOJ was investigating. Why would they? Independently, out of curiosity, killed the cat situation. It's the down low. It's on the down low, but I think the judge was told by the feds that they were testifying. But who sent them in there to testify? They got to testify for somebody, prosecution or the defense, and that's important to me as to who, how, and why.
Well, it's also important to me that if they were, but if they were hired by the Department of Justice.
What?
Oh,
wow! That is why I'm about.
Firefly.
No, she said she had to go. She said she had to go. And I don't know. That's
Lisa. Hey, what's up?
Hey, ma'am.
Hey, I'm just driving on the freeway, losing my mind. Sorry.
Oh my God! You can speak your mind, Miss Shorty. Let it fly.
Well,
hey, Miss Shorty.
Hi. So the Department of Justice hired ARCA independently because of the investigation they were doing into investigations within the Norfolk County DA's office, including Sandra Birchmore and KarenRead investigations, and in their uncovering of sus shit in that investigations office. So that was Proctor, Buchanan, both investigators for the DA's office as part of Mass State Police. So they did this massive. So then the feds, DOJ, hired ARCA to investigate how in the hell this KarenRead or Officer John O'Keefe's death could have been ruled a motor vehicle accident, given the stuff they saw in the investigation into that death, right? So they did it. So it was all undercover. Then the feds, the DOJ, in February of last year, gave both the Commonwealth and the defense the TUI report, in totality 3,000 and something pages, including the celebrate extraction of Jennifer McCabe's 227 Hoslong to Dying Cold, and the ARCA findings that were done completely independently. The Commonwealth chose to not engage ARCA because the findings were not in their favour. They also chose to ignore or find an expert, Whiffen, who would who's actually essentially Whiffen is a customer service guy. He's not even he's not even what he says he is on the stand. Last trial, he basically spent all of it spruiking his ArtX app. That's 600 at that point. 600 people used worldwide to use a free app. Can't be great. So anyway, ARCA both testified. They were not allowed to have any engagement with the defense prior to testimony. So they literally did come in blind. All those, I have no issue with any of the everything that Dr. Wolf testified to yesterday was exactly that was all in my opinion and my understanding of what has gone down, because I've followed this intimately, was all 1,000,000,000% how it happened, and the only reason they're except to the fact that the defense had not had a chance, were not allowed to. It was ruled they weren't allowed to have any discussions with ARCA prior to them coming on the stand. So the defense,
that makes sense.
Yes. So all the defense had was the report that ARCA had done for the feds and had given in writing. So it's all that's all above board. So
the work they did was for the feds, and that's what they kind of brought into the courtroom, right? And talked about.
So they were independent, completely independent. Then and then there's nothing nefarious, to quote Hank Brennan. There's nothing nefarious about the billing. It was the only sus thing in all of that ARCA being paid for their time is that the defense didn't notify the court of that payment when the invoice was sent. But the remedy for that has already been remedied because they disclosed it. Bingo, done. That's the remedy. There's no ramifications for that legally. So, yeah, so that.
Well, that makes a lot of sense because now I'm trying, because I was trying to figure out how these ARCA guys even get involved if they were originally hired by the Department of Justice. They can't just say, "Hey, go testify over here." There's something more to it. So I appreciate you coming up and trying to draw clarity on that because I want to make sure that I understand it because I don't, and I'm glad they're going to let him in. I know you are.
Oh, well, I mean, like, this is when you say yours and Joe also not sure whether, still not sure whether maybe she hit him by accident. Trust me, there was no vehicle strike on Officer
Well,
John.
I'm almost there. I mean, I'm waiting on to come out the I don't know how y'all determine that if the doctor came out, the medical examiner's office. I don't know who all testified as to the wounds on this man that night. But
she said there was no indicia of any vehicle. The problem with Dr. Scotty Bello, who was the medical examiner, she was harangued and harassed by Bukaki and Proctor, and there's text streams for that. You'll hear all this. There was text streams where they're saying they should have influenced her between their friends, within their colleagues, that they were rookies. I think it was rookie, or I think the phrase that was used was rookie, or you should have let me handle the medical examiner. I would have gotten her to, because she ruled it undetermined, not even homicide. She refused. Yes, and still, and on the stand, even she's an amazing witness. If you want to, I've got all anyway. It'll all come out. You'll get there.
Yeah.
But and then as far as Bev, I'm almost at work. But as far as Auntie Bev goes, and I just call her Bev generally. I don't love the auntie thing, but I just call her Bev. She refused to recuse herself. It's one of the only now 3 rulings she's made from the bench. Maybe 4.
Yeah, why do these judges? I don't recuse myself. How do they get to choose that?
Exactly. And it's just been finding after finding the counter between overruled and sustained, and she doesn't say that. She says I'll allow it. She never ever says overruled.
Yeah, she doesn't elaborate, right?
She doesn't use that verbiage. It's off the charts. Even Hank Brennan yesterday, that behaviour to Dr. Wolf was reprehensible and badgering of the witness to the nth degree. And she let that go on and on. So she can be fair. She can be fair, but it's by necessity.
It showed during that hearing, and it showed today when she was allowing certain things to be said by McCabe. Even without the defense objections, or I know they made a couple or her, but yeah, I don't think she's perfectly fair by any means. Now, is she going to try to be more fair during this trial? Because I don't know so far, but I agree. Yesterday's questioning of Dr. Wolf was a little, he grew balls all of a sudden. That prosecutor did, it seemed like. It's like the jury's not here. I can show my nasty side. Right? Exactly. Versus having to play nice guy and coming off as the likable one to the jury. Like Alan's doing right now.
Salty, he was Whitey Bulger's attorney. He's a mob attorney.
Oh wow. How come that doesn't surprise me right there in that area?
And also there's so many links. There's so much enmeshed bullshit. Auntie Bev's, what's the link? Geez, I'm going to try and pull it out of my memory. Maybe Firefly remembers. Bev, D.A. Morrissey's mother and Bev's something. There's personal links that go way back. It's like there's so much background shit that's like, it's wild. It's wild. This is she's a small town. It's not a small town. But they're all counties.
It's small town for them, I think. You know what I mean? It's not like small town, rural America, but it's small town.
It's not even. It's basically one big spread from Boston there's 40,000 people, and then the next suburb there's 40,000 people. It's all part of Boston. It's not a town.
That's what I was thinking, Miss Shorty. That it was when they say small town, I'm thinking, what do they consider a small town?
It's
like
suburb.
Where I'm at, or
no, it's a suburb. It's a suburb. It's always, except that it's small, like it's not Boston, but it's only 40 minutes from Boston, and there's no rural in between Boston and Canton. It's just what
Right.
it is. Anyway,
Yeah.
I got to fly. I just got to work, but
Thank you.
sorry,
Well,
I couldn't type. I was infuriated. I just needed
No,
to.
I get it. I get it because I'm over here asking questions. And I'm thinking out loud most of the time, and people don't know that's my. I have to work things out, and if I'll talk, I'll go sit outside at my table and talk out loud to myself. You know, like I'm trying to figure this out. So I appreciate you coming up, putting up with all my questions, and getting some answers for me.
Too easy. All right, I'll catch you
imagine you getting frustrated with me while you're driving.
No, bye. I gotta go. Bye.
Bye. Have a great one. Thank you, Miss Shorty, for calling in. We appreciate her calling in from the future. Miss Shorty, please explain. It's hard to type. Oh, Rachel's like, please explain it. It's hard to type it out. That's crazy. It's a lot, right? I know it's got to be hard to type everything out. So, yeah, crazy shit. Well, I appreciate you guys coming up with me today for what we on day 6. So tomorrow we'll have day 7 start, and I'm assuming they will put Jen right back on the witness stand so we can get on to the defense questioning her. Yeah, I already know. That's what I'm waiting on, guys. I mean, when I tell you I followed it loosely, I did. I mean, I do know there's issues, and I can look at that man's body and his arm and tell you right off the bat, I was never convinced he was hit by a car, not to the point where somebody viciously ran the man over. I will tell you that. As far as everything else went, I got lost because there was so much noise around it. Like I'm telling you, there wasn't enough drama that we got weirdos in the house, a man on the front lawn, a lady, people drinking and driving, and all these things. Then we got all this extra social media stuff that came into play. That's people getting mad.
Not just the social media
right.
stuff.
I'm talking about social media. That's my world I live in.
Right, but also like him going on the cruise and him being with another chick while they were on the cruise, and her like calling him like, where are you at type of, I mean, there is just way so much extra stuff we didn't need to know about in this, right?
I'm not talking about their personal love life drama. I'm talking about
But no, but that added to it though. That was like part of the confusion. Like,
that's not,
do we really
was part of the confusion of what?
Do we really need to go there? Do we really need to know like about their argument?
Because they're trying to establish she hated the man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She was so mad and jealous, a crazy lady, that she ran him over. I understand why they were trying to do that. I'm talking about social media fighting over this shit. People getting mad to the point they can't have a conversation. People getting upset with one another because they have a different opinion. Like, I don't know what to do with that. I'm not here to be the YouTube police or try to make everybody get along. I don't know what to do with it. So if I start asking questions about a case, it's because I'm coming at it illegitimately. I'm not trying to say your guy's guilty or innocent. I'm not. People want to take it like you are forced to have to choose a side, and I refused. I'm going to refuse right here and right now to be forced to do anything on the internet.
Agree 100%. That's why I love you.
I'm just going to cover a case the way I cover it, and I'm going to call shit as I see it from both sides, no matter. I can't gauge the internet and go, oh, they're all leaning left. I better lean left with them. So I'll get
I think Lori Daybell is the one exception we can all agree on.
No, there's many cases out there we can agree on. Lori's
Sarah Boone, right? Yep.
There's a lot. It's not. I'm just not that channel where I'm not going to cover one case at a time and be weighed down by that one case forever. Because guess what? It's going to end eventually, and my channel's got to go on. And I'm not going to get sucked into I have to do this or that to keep play nice with everybody. I feel like we should be able to have an open discussion. And right now, there's 2 of us that are feeling real heavy in this space because of what we saw transpiring this past week and over the weekend. That's why I'm really kind of a little bit frustrated right now. So I'm going to go touch some grass and sit outside with my coffee and enjoy the birds and remember what's important in my life and be thankful that everybody I love is still alive and nobody's ran them over or murdered them or beat the shit out of them and thrown them out in the yard or thrown them in the backyard and put their shit in a shed somewhere. You know, be thankful, guys. Go home and have gratitude for your good family if you got one. If you don't, work on things and make it better. You don't want to be on the YouTube streets with an unalived story.
I love my family. Love you guys.
I do too. I do too. But it will all add and thrown. It will add. He hit and thrown 30 feet. He what?
There was no bruising on his body. That is an anomaly to me that I don't understand yet.
Dude, is that an anomaly or is that just like what? Why didn't his arm bruise? If his arm was hit so hard with an impact where a shattered taillight lens shattered, cut him all to pieces through his clothing, where's all the bruising on the arm yet? It's not there yet because he died before it started, I guess. But it just doesn't look, and I see that the taillight is scuffed or cracked and now gone completely. I see the little mark on the back of the truck, but that could have come from the impact of her hitting John's truck. Because if you know what I mean, that little spot above the taillight where they're saying the rock glass hit that he had in his hand, that's what they've claimed. And yeah, I don't see how they know that. She could have done that when I would have liked, did they test it for paint to see if it was paint from John's vehicle on her vehicle, in that little area that I'm talking about? Yeah, I think chat knows what I'm talking about, that spot on Karen's car that he had.
We want to know all of the test answers. Like, why didn't they test the unspent round in Delphi that they found 2 inches buried underground? Why didn't they test that? Why didn't they test the round that they found in Lori Vallow's case?
They did test the round in Job. We did it in a weird way. They didn't test it properly.
No, they didn't do it like you or I would do it. You or
Well,
I would
I'm not
test
a
it.
firearms expert. They didn't do it the way most firearms experts would do it. It was not a fired round. It was an unspent round. That's a whole ass difference. So, that dude was a joke. They had a handful of jokes up there in Delphi, up there Googling shit. So I can't. All cases are different, but it's really crazy because you're going to have one that's better than the other. Some side, you know what I mean? One side's going to have a much stronger case. One side could be a big old liars that just make everything up.
Yeah, Rachel, we saw that video. We saw the bump. We did.
You can see his whole car move. That's what I'm saying, Rachel. They haven't convinced me that she ran over John that caused her taillight crack or that spot on her car. Because it looked like to me that happened when she bumped into John's car, right? Because you could, like Joe said, you could see his whole vehicle move. She bumped it so hard. So it's a stretch for them to want me to believe a fucking rock glass caused that little damage on the back of her car. First of all, you shouldn't have been leaving the bar with a damn drink in your hand, open container law and all that, Mr. Policeman. Isn't there a law against that? There is here in Florida. Rachel, I'm done. I'm done covering it.
Yep.
And the people who don't know, it's not because of Rick Allen or Kathy Allen. It's because of social media. And I'm just going to leave it at that. It's very, very sad what has happened. And I'm just not going to be a part of it. So, all right. With that said, guys, I'm going to let you all go. Have a great night. We'll see you back here in the morning if you're interested for day, whatever it is, 7. If it's too much, if it affects your mental health, if it raises your blood pressure, I suggest y'all turn it all off for a little while.
My coffee raises my blood pressure. I'll be good.
You need to go to the doctor. I'm not your wife.
Right.
Nobody's wife. Y'all are responsible for your own health. If you know you got an issue, I need to go myself, but not because of blood pressure.
Thanks for having me up.
I try to do things to naturally slow my blood pressure. It's not good. You're welcome. Thanks for joining. Dolphin, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. Guys, y'all all have a great evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.